Ladies and gentlemen, we cordially invite you to be seated at the available chairs because in a few minutes we will start the opening. The Honorable, the keynote speaker from American College Malaysia, Mr. Aslam Khan bin Samas Khan, the President of TEFLIN, who is represented by TEFLIN Coordinator of Central Java, Mrs. Isi Yuliasri, all the invited and featured speakers from Malaysia and Indonesia, Rector of Universitas Muhammadiyah Semarang in this occasion is represented by Vice Rector 1, Mrs. Sri Darmawati. All Vice Rectors, Deans, and Head of Departments in Universitas Muhammadiyah Semarang, and all distinguished guests. Good morning. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Welcome to another happy occasion. My name is Riana Eka Budi Astuti, and I will be your master of ceremony for today. We would like to express our gratitude to the guests of honor this morning for being present on this very special occasion that is First English Language and Literature International Conference and signing Memorandum of Understanding between American College Malaysia and Universitas Muhammadiyah Semarang, and between TEFLIN and Muhammadiyah University of Semarang. Ladies and gentlemen, the first agenda is opening. Let us now recite Basmalah. The audience are pleased to stand up. Ladies and gentlemen, we are going to sing National Anthem of Indonesia and Muhammadiyah hymn. Ladies and gentlemen, please have a seat. Let us take a moment in silence to listen to Quran recitation of Surah Al-Mujadilah, verse 11. Ladies and gentlemen, Mrs. Istiqomah.
Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. A'udzu billahi minasy syaithanir rajim. Bismillahirrahmanirrahim. Ya ayyuhalladzina amanu idza qila lakum tafassahu fil majalis idza qila lakum tafassahu fil majalisi fafsahu yafsahillahu lakum. وإذا قيل انشزوا فانشزوا يرفع الله الذين آمنوا منكم يرفع الله الذين آمنوا منكم والذين أوتوا العلم درجات والله بما تعملون خبير صدق الله العظيم. السلام عليكم ورحمة الله وبركاته.
Ladies and gentlemen, the next is a giving report from the chairperson of the first ELLIC 2017, Mrs. Siti Aima. Time is yours.
Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. The Honorable, the keynote speaker of First ELLIC, the invited and featured speakers, the President of TEFLIN, represented by TEFLIN Coordinator for Central Java, Director of Unimus, represented by First Vice Rector, the presenters and participants, and also all the distinguished guests. First of all, I would like to extend my warmest greetings and welcome to you all to the first English Language and Literature International Conference. International conference held by University of Muhammadiyah Semarang, discussing about language and literature, especially in English. Raising the theme innovation, trends, and challenges in English language learning in the 21st century. This conference is designed to prepare the teachers in promoting English teaching and learning, which demands them to choose the appropriate approach, strategy, model, as well as material which is based on students' characteristic and also students' need. Ladies and gentlemen, we proudly present a keynote speaker, Bapak Aslam Han bin Samashan from American College, Malaysia. To invited speaker, Ibu Dr. Isi Yuliasri MPD from TEFLIN for Central Java, and Fabio Coelho from Relo Former, and also 4 featured speakers in the field of language teaching and literature. They are Ibu Fasude Abdul Aziz, the former of International Languages Teacher Training Institute Malaysia, Bapak Lauren Yong Hon Chong from Ministry of Education Malaysia, Ibu Oi Chun Meng from Institute of Teacher Education International Languages Campus Malaysia, and also Ibu Dr. Ratna Asmarani from Diponegoro University. Let me also inform you, Bapak dan Ibu, that there are 78 presenters and 24 participants who are teachers, lecturers, undergraduate, graduate, and also postgraduate students from Indonesia. Will be discussing various important issues on English language and literature in the parallel presentation sessions. And the committee would like to thank the Rector of Unimus, Professor Dr. Masrui MPD, and also the Dean of Faculty of Foreign Language and Culture, Ibu Yesika Maya Oktarani M. Hum, for their full support. And the last, I would like to kindly request the Rector of Unimus, represented by First Vice Rector, to officially open the conference. We expect all presenters and participants to have wonderful conference at present. And we hope all of you would like to join for the second ELLIC next year. Thank you very much. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Ladies and gentlemen, the next agenda is signing the Memorandum of Understandings. For your information, there will be two signing MOUs. The first one is with Teflon and the second one is with American College. The first signing MOU is with Teflon. For the representative of Teflon, Ibu Isi Yulia Sri and Ibu Sri Darmawati, please take the position to affix the initials of the Memorandum of Understanding. Okay, thank you. And the next signing MOU is with finish. And the second, okay. Okay, and the second, signing the memorandum from American College for Mr. Aslam and Bu Sri Darmawati. Please take the position. Ladies and gentlemen, the next agenda is welcoming speeches. For the first speech will be delivered by Teflon President of Indonesia that will be represented by TAFLIN Coordinator of Central Java. For Ibu Isi Yuliasri, the floor is yours.
Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Honorable Rector of Unimus, represented by the Vice Rector, Dean of the Faculty of Languages and Culture, Ibu Jessica, the conference speakers and participants, ladies and gentlemen. I'm speaking here on behalf of TAFLIN, the Association for the Teaching of English as a Foreign Language in Indonesia. I'm speaking particularly for TAFLIN of Central Java area and also representing the TAFLIN President, Professor Joko Nurkamto, who is not able to attend the conference today. On this very moment, I would like to welcome you all to this very important conference. Ladies and gentlemen, TAFLIN for Central Java area, or TAFLIN Jateng for short, is committed to providing academic and professional fora for English-related or English teaching-related fields in Central Java. So we are open to cooperation with schools, universities, and other educational institutions to co-organize conferences and workshops on the fields. And the cooperation with Unimus in this conference, in organizing this international conference, is one of our prestigious events. On this occasion, I would like to express my sincere appreciation to the Rector of Unimus, Professor Masruhi, and also represented by Ibu, who have been very supportive of this event. Also, I would like to thank Ibu Jessica for coordinating with TAFLIN Jateng for this. And I would also like to thank Ibu Siti Aima for the hard work in organizing this event. My special thanks surely go to Mr. Aslam Khan for supporting this conference and inviting some marvelous featured speakers with him. Mr. Fabio Coelho, Dr. Ratna Asmarani, Mr. Hong Chong, Miss Chong Meng, and Miss Fauza Abdul Aziz for accepting our invitation to speak in this conference. Thank you very much. And last but not least, I would like to thank and warmly welcome all the presenters and participants of the conference, without whom we will not be successful in conducting the conference. So ladies and gentlemen, we really hope that this conference will continue annually or biannually, and I heard that it will be done annually, and that you will find the conference fruitful and enlightening. So enjoy the conference. Thank you. Wassalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Thank you, Ibu Isi, for the remarkable speech. The next, let me invite the Vice Rector 1 of Universitas Muhammadiyah for Ibu Sri Darmawati. The floor is yours.
Bismillahirrahmanirrahim. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Distinguished speakers, Bapak Aslam Khan, Ibu Fasuda, Mr. Loreni Yong Hon Chong, Miss Ui Chon Meng. It's very difficult. Mr. Fabio, Dr. Isi Yuliasri, and Dr. Ratna Asmarani. It gives me great pleasure to extend to you all a very warm welcome to behalf of the Rector of Muhammadiyah University of Semarang. We are delighted to have you here to participate and share in the first English Language and Literature International Conference 2017. Welcome to Unimus. Unimus as one of 172 Muhammadiyah University in Indonesia is committed to support the development of science in many disciplines and its application to our community. Unimus now has 8 faculty and 22 programs. It is gratifying to note that the agenda of seminar cover a wide range of very interesting topics related to English language and literature. Thus, our appreciation goes to Teflin and Erican College as partner in organizing this seminar. We hope that all of you can participate well in this seminar and have a pleasant stay in Semarang. We also pleased to have your thoughts, comments, and criticism on this, and it will be useful for the better seminar in the future. Finally, by reciting Bismillahirrahmanirrahim, open this seminar. Wassalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Thank you for Ibu Sri Dharmawati for the enlightening speech. Okay, ladies and gentlemen, for the next agenda, for the time being, we would like you to enjoy a traditional dance performance by the students of English Education Program entitled Gambang Semarang. Ladies and gentlemen, please enjoy.
Penari kian kemari, jalan berlenggang aduh, langkah gayanya menurut suara irama gambang. Sambil bernyanyi, jongkok berdiri, kaki melintang aduh, itulah dia malam gembira, tari berdendang, bersukaria, gelak tertawa semua orang, karena hati tertarik gerak-gerik si tukang kendang. Empat penari membikin hati menjadi senang aduh, itulah dia malam gembira Gambang Semarang. Bersukaria, gelak tertawa Empat penari kian kemari, jalan berlenggang aduh, langkah gayanya menurut suara irama gambang. Sambil bernyanyi, jongkok berdiri, kaki melintang, aduh, itulah dia malam gembira, tari berdendang, bersukaria, gelak tertawa, semua orang karena hati tertarik, gerak-gerik si tukang kendang. Empat penari membikin hati menjadi senang, aduh, itulah dia malam gembira, gambang Semarang.
Ladies and gentlemen, this is the end of the opening ceremony. Before reaching the next agenda, let's close this program by saying Hamdallah. Ladies and gentlemen, before starting to the next session, I would like to inform you that we will have 15 minutes coffee break in the next room, or room 409. Okay, thank you. Bapak Ibu silahkan menuju ke ruang sebelah. Please return to this room at 8:45. Sorry. 8:50. Thank you.
Wise men say only fools rush in, but I can't help falling in love with you. Shall I stay? Would it be as if I can't help falling in love with you? Like a river flows suddenly to the sea, that lake so it goes someday. I'm meant to be. Take my hand, take my whole life too. For I can't fall in love with you. with you. Like a river flows slowly to the sea, darling, so it goes. Someday I'm meant to be holding my hand, take my whole life too. For I can't help falling in love with you. For I can't help falling in love with you. Beautiful world, wherever you are, I know when I saw you, you had opened the door. I know that I'd love again after a long, long while. I'd love again. You said hello, and I turned to go, but something in your eyes left my heart beating slow. I just knew that I'd love again after a long, long while. I'd love again. It was destiny's game, forever finally came on. I was alive, only to find that you were gone. Whatever you want, I fear that I might have lost you forever, like a song in the night. Now that I've loved you, after a long, long while, I've loved again. Beautiful girl, wherever you are, I know when I saw you, you had opened the door. I know that I'd love again after a long, long while. I'd love again. You said hello, and I I turned to go, but something in your eyes left my heart beating so. I just know that I'm loved again. After a long, long while, I'll love again. It was destiny's gift. And when I finally came on, I was alone, only to find that you were beautiful girl. I'll search on for you till all of your loveliness in my arms come true. You make me love again after a long, long while. In love again, and I'm glad that it's
Here, Bapak Ibu, please, the seminar is going to is about to start. Okay, for your information, Bapak Ibu, this conference can also be watched streaming by live streaming by visiting tik.unimus.ac.id. Yeah. And before going to the next agenda, I would like to enunciate that there is evaluation sheet in your seminar kit. So please kindly fill out and submit to the registration desk while you take the certificate after the end of the seminar. So please fill it. Kuria, please position yourself. Okay, ladies and gentlemen, for your information also, we will have 3 outstanding plenary sessions. The first will be delivered by Mr. Fabio Coelho about English lesson assessment. And the second plenary will be led by Ibu Isi Yuliasri. It's about the cooperative learning. And the last session will be presented by Mr. Aslamhan bin Samashan about pedagogical skills. Now, ladies and gentlemen, this is another moment that we also have been waiting for, the first English Language and Literature International Conference. We will have Mr. Fabio Coelho for presenting his paper, and we will moderated by
Thank you so much. Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. For Mr. Fabio Coelho. Fabio is a linguist and a bilingual educator interested in issue of languages and communities both in the United States and abroad. As a writing specialist at San Jose State University, writing in California. And he also taught English as a foreign language for 5 years in Brazil from 2008 and to 2013. Fabio volunteered along with a team from San Jose State University to assist Nicaraguan organization in designing responsive practices to meet the foreign rural high school. Fabio recently worked as an English language fellow in Indonesia in 3 different institutions. Education, they are UIN Sultan Syarif Kasim in Pekanbaru Riau, Universitas Diponegoro, Universitas Negeri Semarang, both located in Semarang Central, Java. Fabio is now a teacher of English and literature at SIS or Singapore International School at Semarang. Well, ladies and gentlemen, Fabio is going to present him titled Assessing Today's Learner.
First, thank you for the opportunity to be here and to offer my contribution. And before we start, and before I fall down, because I've been tangled up here, I prefer to present. I think it's more interesting if I move around. I think if I actually sit down in my own presentation or during my own presentation, I may fall asleep myself. So I prefer to stand up. And I think the second is because I really want this to be, as possible, an interactive presentation. I really come here as a teacher. Even though I have had experiences to teach both at the university and in K-12 education. I can easily and confidently say that the skills that I have developed as a teacher, they come from teaching students in K-12 education, especially in public education. I think that public education is really the laboratory that gave me all the limited, because everyone has limited experience, to come here and to be able to share something with you guys. So I hope that what I share is productive and useful to you. And I also hope that you can interact with it and you can contribute your own perspective to it also. The reason I'm turning around here is because I'm trying to open my slides. They are here. Let me give you a little bit of introduction about what I'm doing here and why I'm here in Semarang. My training, my professional and academic training, have been mostly in the field of education. I did have some studies in journalism. I did some studies in journalism before. That's what I first went to university for. I have a degree in journalism. But then, at the time, to fund my own studies, because I always worked while I was studying, I started working as a teacher of English. I come from a family where my parents, most of my dad's family, lives most of my dad's family lives in Brazil, and most of my mom's family lives in the United States. So since we were young, we learned both languages, Portuguese and English. And so as soon as I could, I started teaching English. So I was teaching English and going to college. But then that experience of teaching English made me more interested in teaching than I was in working as a journalist. So I did work at a newspaper for a couple of years because I love writing. But then I decided, well, if I like writing, I can also teach writing, because that's a combination of what I like to do in teaching, which is also something that I enjoy doing. And so I went back to, I started teaching English as a foreign language. I got some education in it. Later, now in California, where I was living before I came here, I became a teacher. I went in California. To become a teacher, you have to go through a graduate program. So you basically finish your bachelor's degree, and then you go back to school, and then you study for another 2 years, and you become a teacher. And so I became a teacher, which is sort of like a postgraduate program. And then I went back to university to get some additional training, and I got my master's degree in linguistics because I was interested in issues of language development, which have a direct application in the classroom, right? Because if you're teaching students that come from multiple backgrounds, they come with multiple languages, and some of them are learning English, some of them are learning another language. And so in California, I worked as a bilingual teacher, meaning I was able to teach students. So I just need to open my file. I was able to teach students whose background was in English and in Spanish. So I taught them partly in English and partly in Spanish, because California has a big Latin American community living there. I think almost half of the state is bilingual, and bilingual in English and Spanish. So this is what my experience is like. And when I came here today, Ms. Ibu Isi asked me to talk about assessment. And it's interesting because, it's interesting to me because I am a teacher now. And in talking about assessment, you should see it now. In talking about assessment it's kind of dear to me because as a teacher, one of the hardest things to do is to assess students. So I titled this presentation, Assessing Today's Learners. So when I came to Indonesia, I worked mostly in the university in English language education programs. And this year I decided to go into the classroom because I'm kind of like, I call this academic hibernation, which is what I'm doing. I was teaching at the university for a few years, but I'm preparing myself to go into maybe a graduate program, a PhD program. And so I've been, in the meantime, I've been making some contacts. I'm working on my proposal now. I'm looking at programs in 2 or 3 different countries. And in the meantime, I'm teaching because teaching allows me to look at the issues that students are facing and to see what do I really want to work with. Okay? And here at SIS Semarang, where I've been working, it's been a very dynamic school. It's a bilingual school, so the students have, actually trilingual, the students are educated in English, Bahasa Indonesia, and Chinese. They have the same amount of hours in each language a week. And so it's a good laboratory. Next year, we're going to be starting a junior college program, which is a transition between high school and university. Why assessment? Because the school is going through a change. We're going from a more traditional way of assessing students to more alternative assessment types. Why are we doing this? Because we really have learned that the regular testing that you do at the end of a unit or at the end of a term is not really enough to measure students. And of course, we're not the only ones to know that. Most of us in the field of English language education probably know that if we have read something about assessment. So I'm going to start with giving credit. This is an adapted presentation. It's adapted from a presentation called Teaching Today's Learners, Alternative Assessment and Rubrics. This presentation was first seen at a webinar. A webinar is like a seminar through the web. And for those of you who are not familiar, if you go to the www.americanenglish.state.gov, which is a website sponsored and funded by the Department of State, but it's focused on English language teaching and development. So all these webinars are there, and there's a particular webinar called Teaching Today's Learners, Alternative Assessments and Rubrics. And if you're interested in the topic, I would really recommend that you watch it. Because what I'm going to do today, I'm going to talk a little bit from my perspective as a teacher. And then if you watch the webinar, you can learn about the same topic from the perspective of the webinar host. Okay? But I adapted the presentation because I think that it was a very good presentation. So let's move on. We're going to talk a little bit today about assessment types, what alternative assessments are. People call them alternative, but I do think that it's the really, as a teacher, I do think it's the only way of really assessing students and measuring progress. Because traditional assessments really don't. They don't really measure that much. And how to use them effectively. So when we talk about assessment, we usually refer, everybody here would agree that we usually refer to something more comprehensive or general, right? An assessment is, we are really looking at ways to measure learning or to measure progress. Okay, so what is included, just to make sure that we're speaking the same language, okay? Usually when people talk about assessments, they're talking about tests, but not only tests. We're talking about observations, we're talking about interviews, we're talking about projects, and also activities that involve data collection. We are collecting data on students. It's not something entirely subjective. I don't look at a student and say, that student can pass, that student cannot. No, I need to have data. And because that data is what's going to determine if the student has mastered the learning objective or not. So this is what we're talking about, just to make sure that the vocabulary is coming. And I would like you to turn to someone now, and to someone behind you, in front of you, next to you, to your side, and answer those two questions, and I'll give you a few seconds. And the first question is, did you ever take a test that you thought wasn't fair? Okay, and the second question is, how did you make you feel? Okay, so forget about me for 30 seconds, turn to someone and answer those two questions, please. I should hear talking. No telepathy, okay? I expect you to verbalize your answers. Thank you. So I don't hear that much talking. Can I hear a little more talking? Okay, I see some people talking. That's good. Let's see if we can get participation to increase when the next question comes. So this is a way for me to assess my audience. Can they understand what I'm saying? Because, are they connecting to my presentation, or is it too boring? Okay. This is information, this is data that I'm collecting visually, okay? So that's why I asked you to do that. So, first question, did you ever take a test that you thought wasn't fair? Raise your hand if you have experienced that, please. I have, okay? Okay, a test that you thought wasn't fair. Okay, only 3 people. Nobody, okay, there you go. A few more people, thank you, okay? Or maybe I should say, don't raise your hand if you have taken a test, right? Then everybody will agree with me. Okay, how did that make you feel? Would anybody like to share with us? How does, as a student, how did it make you feel when you took a test that you thought wasn't fair? Anybody wants to shout out just a word real quickly? How did that make you feel? Or show me with your thumbs. If it made you feel good, all right, or really bad. Can you show me with your thumbs? Yeah. Okay. All right, show me with your thumbs. How did that make you feel when you took an assessment that you thought wasn't fair? Yeah. All right. Good. All right. So why do you consider that particular assessment unfair? What makes it unfair? Or what made it unfair? What is it? Yeah, no, it doesn't match the goals, not appropriate with the goals. It doesn't match the learning goals. What else? Yeah. Yeah, so the assessment is limited. It doesn't allow the student to, doesn't give the student an opportunity to show or to demonstrate learning. That's a good reason to, okay? Anybody else? Let's get one more person to contribute. Anybody else would like to say what made that particular assessment unfair? Yeah. the teacher didn't use the rubric to assess speaking, right? That's definitely good. And the testing thus may become quite subjective, right? Or the person looks at you and say, "Oh, you've passed." I mean, are you a magician, right? Because that's right, because you can't really assess people like that, right? So that's how we probably felt, right? And so why assessment? So there's a little strip here that says, I taught Stripe how to whistle. And then somebody else said, I don't hear him whistling. I said I taught him. I didn't say he learned it, right? And so just because you teach doesn't mean someone is learning. That's because it may be that you're teaching it right. Okay? So assessment is a way to make sure that someone has learned something. Okay? So we may assess to give grades, okay? But there's also other reasons: plan instruction, improve instruction and programs, and help students learn. Okay? Yeah, and those are some of the four reasons why we may assess students. Okay. Of course, giving grades is a very basic, right? If we work in a system, we cannot deny that our system requires learning to be, or the demonstration of learning to be expressed in some way. So we have to convert assessment data into grades. Okay, so it's a necessity. It is a necessity, but we're going to talk about other ways that you can do that as well. Okay, but we're also, in my opinion, as a teacher now, I have been in the classroom, and I teach an average of 3 to 4 hours a day. I mean, in contact with students. If I don't assess, I don't know what I should do next. I really don't. Okay, because it's not the textbook that dictates what I should be teaching. It's what my students need. I have to focus on what they need to learn by the end of a certain grade level. But I need to look at where they are and see how can I assist them in reaching that goal, right? So if I don't have assessment data, I cannot teach. Literally, I can't. And I try to collect it on a daily basis, okay? Because you are collecting on a daily basis. So assessment types, okay? So we all know formal assessments because most of us come from educational settings where we were mostly assessed formally, okay? So it's a standardized measure, okay, or a measure. Often tests for class grades, okay? Benchmark tests. Benchmark, for example, you're comparing students to peers, and you're testing at the beginning, in the middle, at the end, so you can try to account for progress or lack thereof. And measures and assessments also measures assessments measure what we know about language, okay? And not necessarily what we can do with language. That's what formal assessment focuses on. Focuses on people on accumulated knowledge as opposed to performance. So please, this is your first assessment today, so you can be bored to death, right? Instructions: choose the best answer for each of the blanks in the given passage. Example: he is a teacher. He is 25 years old. He loves, there's a problem there, right? Listening to music. He can play football. He often goes fishing on Saturday. Okay, so you can, if you had other options. Okay, now I want you to match. I want you to match. What is the definition of formative assessment, peer assessment, or summative assessment? So read the options and tell me what you think. So which letter is formative? Yeah, I heard A, I heard B. Which one is peer assessment? C, okay, there's more agreement on that one. Which one is summative? Okay, so let's see. Oh, well. So to help you, okay, so A is summative assessment, evaluation at the end of a learning. It's like the sum, you know, like when you study math, the sum is the result at the end, right? So it's summative, okay? It's you sum up all the knowledge and kind of like use it in order to go through the assessment. Evaluation at the end of a learning period. Purpose: to measure what a student learned. Formative assessment is assessment that takes place during the process of learning. The purpose is to provide feedback to help the learning process. And peer assessment is learners evaluate each other. Okay. So, go. Now, how is that different from alternative assessment? Alternative assessment are procedures and techniques which can be used within the context of instruction. So while you're teaching, and can be easily incorporated into the daily activities of the school or classroom. So this is something that I struggle with as a teacher, because sometimes you look at alternative assessment and you think, oh, I don't have time to do that much assessment. But actually, you plan the assessment when you plan the lesson. It shouldn't be extra work. It should be just the regular work that we do. If you're planning alternative assessment for your class, and that's the hardest thing to do as a teacher, you have to change the way you plan your lessons. Your lessons have to include assessment, okay, or some type of evidence. And that's what can be a challenge, because sometimes we teach and we teach and we teach, and we only think of assessing at the end. And a lot of times we're not assessing because we're missing out on opportunities to assess. Because most alternative assessment can be done, we can use activities that we engage the students in throughout the learning process. We can just collect data on those activities, and then we're not adding the assessment. We're just using what we already use, but collecting data on it. We're going to go through it. Okay? So which words go in the blanks there? Another test for you. Right. So for alternative assessment, where do the words go? Students are evaluated on what day? This is, what is alternative assessment? In alternative assessment, students are evaluated on what day? You have to use the words from the bottom. Yeah. If it's alternative, am I assessing what they produce or what they reproduce? Okay. So I should be assessing students on what they produce or reproduce and integrate. Okay. So which one goes with produce? Integrate or recall? Integrate. Which one goes with reproduce? Recall, right? So in one line. So for alternative assessment, this is what we are looking at. Students are evaluated on what they integrate and produce, or produce and integrate, rather than on what they're able to recall and reproduce. Okay? And so it's production. Production of oral form or any other form that you can think of. Okay? And so in my school this year, one of the things that we're really trying to do I'm really trying to in my classrooms, with permission from the principal, I was able to completely eliminate chapter tests because I looked at the objectives and I met with the teachers. We were like, okay, based on these objectives, what can students do? What can they produce? Okay, is it a speech? Is it a specific piece of writing that they need to produce? Is it do they have to develop a workshop and present it themselves? But we're trying to evaluate productions. And we have seen a real change in students from term 1 to term 4 now. We were more focused on chapter tests and periodical examinations, and we looked at that, we were kind of like, this is not really giving us the data that we need. Because a student may be able to answer a test, but they may not be able to actually do something with learning. Just as a parenthesis, one of the parents, and parents sometimes may not understand why you're doing that, because they're used to grades, right? And they want grades on the students. So one of my parents was talking to me at a parent-teacher conference a couple of months ago, and she was like, "But I'm really scared because I don't see as many tests anymore. And how do I know that my child is learning?" And I was talking to her about it, and I gave her a little the way that I see it in my head, a little metaphor to express. And I said, imagine if I'm teaching your child how to drive a vehicle, because the ultimate goal is for a student to pass a written driving test. There's two ways I can do that. If the goal is to pass the driving test, I can just get the book and help them memorize that content. and they're going to pass the test probably. But I can also teach them how to drive, and then they're going to reflect on their practice and also be able to take the test. Now, if I teach them how to drive, they'll learn two things. They'll learn how to pass the test, and they're going to learn how to drive. But if I just have them memorize the booklet with the driving rules and regulations and laws, they may be able to pass the written test, but they may not be able to drive a vehicle. And so it's like I'm focusing on teaching your child how to drive the vehicle, not on how to just pass the written test. That doesn't mean that I'm going to ignore the written test. It means that I'm going to go beyond. And that's what an alternative assessment is to me. So when I'm planning, that's what I think. What can they do that is beyond the test? But if I engage them in reflecting on what they learned, they're also going to be able to pass the test if they have to do one. Okay? And that's kind of the way that I describe to parents. So alternative assessment is performance-based. In the case of us English language teachers, in our case, focus on the use of language. And also based on authentic tasks, things that the students produce authentically. They're not just reproducing. And the goal is to evaluate how well learners can communicate in various ways. Okay? So the learners, they have to be involved in the process because they need to do something and also reflect, understand what they did, and be able to assess it themselves. Is it good or is it not good enough? Okay? So they have to be involved in it. Okay? I'm going to skip this because go real quickly. Okay, so which of the following is not a characteristic of alternative assessment? I was going to have you think about it, but I'm just going to go a little faster. There's not only one correct answer in alternative assessment. Okay, you build them. Letter A, you build assessment about around topics of interest to students, real world communication contexts, creative uses of language. The student knows the evaluation criteria. Okay, I use a lot of rubrics, okay, because the rubrics describe. I give them examples. This is what a good sampler or sample looks like. This is what an okay sample looks like. This is what a poor sample looks like. Because they need to be able to see what they want, what they have to produce, and allow for self-evaluation. I'm going to move on here, okay, and I want you guys to talk to each other. So if we assess alternatively, where can we fit this in our instruction? Because realistically, if I have to do summative assessment and then formative assessment and make those assessments alternative, that's a lot of time assessing, right? Do we have time to fit this in our instruction? What do you think? Or are we really struggling too much with time? What do you think? Does the way that we normally teach allow us time to do that much assessment? What do you think? Who has all the time they need in the world to assess the students as much as they want? I don't. And if you do, then let's change places because I need to learn from you. Seriously. Okay, because I don't. I really run out of time when I'm teaching. Okay. A lot of, if you look at number 2, okay, a lot of the activities that we do can become alternative assessments because we're always doing activities with the students. But so how do we do this? Okay. We can do this by keeping good records, okay, because if we keep records of how students did, then we can use it as assessment data. Okay. And you have to be clear with yourself and your students about the criteria. What's the criteria for assessment? If I'm going to have you do an activity, what are the criteria? Okay. So for example, let's say I have an assignment. I'm teaching something, and one of the assignments is that the student has to record himself or herself for 2 to 3 minutes. So I can introduce a criteria. I'm going to listen to your recording, and I'm going to if I'm focusing on stress and pronunciation, if that's what I taught, okay, I can say, I'm going to give you, you can get up to 25 points for the correct number of syllables that you got right when you're stressing your words. The correct syllable stressed, the number of correct syllables stressed, Or if I heard them, for example, reducing the vowels when they were speaking unstressed syllables or uttering them, then they can get 0 to 25 points for that. And I can also give up to 25 points for syllable length, how they perform that. Okay, so they're still recording, but I'm going to listen to their recording and I'm going to assess them on that, and they can assess each other on that also. Okay, that can become, if that's just an activity that I'm doing in my classroom, I can produce data on it, and I can use that data to assess them, as opposed to having to have them do it again and test them. I can just use the activity. Okay? So this is one example of what I can do if I'm teaching and speaking. Okay? And of course, if I'm using alternative assessments, I have to build a class community that is conducive to students looking at each other's work or works and critiquing in a positive way. Because I have to create a classroom environment or atmosphere in which not only the teacher is seen as the person qualified to provide feedback. And this is one of the biggest changes I've had to do this year with my class. The students were always deferring to me. You are the teacher. If you say it's good, it's good. No. Sometimes your friend can say it's good, and it's also good. Okay? Because if they've learned, they can also assess you. If you've learned, you can assess them. Okay? So we have to create a classroom environment where making mistakes is okay, is expected, because it's part of the learning process, and where students are comfortable and they're polite in giving each other feedback, especially a constructive feedback. Okay? Where they don't make each other feel bad about it. Okay? So let's look at some examples. Okay, and I'm going to go a little faster because I know I don't have all the time in the world. We're going to look at self-assessment, peer review, presentations, and reading and writing. Okay? So, okay, so how do I organize self-assessment? Okay, students, if I'm teaching, if I have an objective, for example, if I'm teaching, let's say, preposition use, or if I'm teaching making speeches, or writing an email. Let's say if this is my lesson, I'm teaching my students to write an email. Okay. So they need to learn the genre, okay, email writing, and they need to learn what goes into writing an email, the types of sentences, the types of paragraphs, the type of register, language. Do I go towards a more formal or more informal register? So all those goals will become objectives, okay? But I'm going to communicate those objectives to my students. I'm going to look at your language, what type of language you're using. They need to know that what an email is, in how to organize it, organization of an email, correctness, okay, how correct their email is, okay, all of the aspects of the language. They know, okay. So, for example, examples of other goals: use the present tense correctly when speaking about general truth. Okay. Speak loudly and have good eye contact during presentations. Those can also be objectives. Use topic sentences to begin paragraphs in academic writing. Okay, very specific goals. But the students need to know them, and they need to know that's what you're looking for. And then a teacher assessment, okay, focus on the goal areas, okay? So the feedback will be specific. Does your paragraph have a topic sentence? Okay? Does your email the person who you're sending the email to as the very first thing you do? Okay? It will not be comprehensive, general task only, but I'm looking at specific tasks. And the purpose is to help the students achieve that specific goal. Then the student assesses him or herself, okay, on that goal. Students may need to be trained to be self-directed learners. Teachers can give students feedback on their self-assessment. So I try to give, I go in as a teacher to see, in this case, how they self-assess. I say, okay, so what can you tell me about, for example, your topic sentences? Did you find them? How did you assess yourself on that? And then I assess how they self-assess. I don't necessarily assess the work. Okay, that's what I do. And so how do we do that? Learning logs, I'm going to show examples of it. I can do conferences with them. I can have them write and reflect on what they did. Okay? And then students then reflect on their product and on their self-assessment. Okay? I can use journal. Penzu is a website for journal writing. Okay? Google Docs. They can share with partners. They can do class presentations on their own experience of a self-assessment. Okay? Again, of course, all based on criteria. So let me show you some examples before we go. And then, okay. So those are some examples of self-assessment, sample self-assessment chart. Okay. So there's a date, books we've read. If I'm assessing if the student is reading or not, I can do that. This is a learner log, which is an interesting one. So the student has target points. Okay. So for example, if you're teaching grammar in this case, the target point is present perfect. And so the student can keep track of where did you use the present perfect on essay 1. An example of the present perfect where it was correctly used. And then examples of the student not using it correctly and how they fixed it. Okay, so this is evidence. Okay? I have evidence that the student used it and sometimes correctly, sometimes incorrectly, and they were able to fix it when they used it incorrectly. This, to me, has more value than an A, B, or C, or D that they mark in a test, because they may have gotten the A, B, C, and D correct just by chance. Okay, it's not really evidence that they really know it. Okay, but this is evidence that they know the process. Okay, so sometimes I keep learning, and you can do from grammar points to writing points or to speaking points. When you are, for example, if you're making a speech, are you addressing your audience? Are you asking them, are you interacting with them? Are you greeting your audience? When do you use the greeting? Can you give an example of a greeting? Was your greeting appropriate? If it's not appropriate, how would you fix it? Okay? Et cetera, et cetera. KW charts, okay. Have you heard of these before? Yeah? Yes or no? No, okay. KW chart is, so you can do it individually for the student, you can do it as a class. I usually do it on a poster. Before, when I'm teaching an objective, what do you know about this objective? What do you want to know? And then after the lesson goes through, they self-assess. What have you learned about it? So the students you can do it as a classroom brainstorm, or you can do it as an individual task, okay? So before the lesson, you go, for example, let's say we're learning how to write an email. What do we know about writing an email? Because sometimes the students already know most of what you're going to teach, right? What do you know about it? What would you like to learn? And then after they go through the lesson and they produce and they self-assess, and they go back and say, what have I learned about writing emails? Okay? It's a good way to get students used to self-assessment. This is an example of reading. Okay? What I know before reading, brainstorming, listing, what you know about the topic, what I want to find out. Student list questions that you would like to find out about the topic. Teacher can list questions to guide the student reading. And after reading, the students list new information. And they can discuss as a whole class or department. This is an example. I'm not going to show you the video, but I don't have time. And then, and it's very important if we're doing self-assessment with students that they also receive feedback. Okay, I did this yesterday in my class. We had in a field trip to the mangrove area, which is right behind the airport in Semarang. There's a little mangrove park. We did a field trip, but I didn't want the field trip to be disconnected from learning. And one of the objectives of my lesson was that the students had to write a tall tale. A tall tale is like a story with exaggerated elements, right? And so before we went on the field trip, we looked at some tall tales, we analyzed some books, I had them analyze the genre, and they compared tall tales so they could figure out that, well, there's something exaggerated here. So they figured out, we learned about it, we learned how to do it. And one of the main tasks, when they went to the mangrove park, I said, our goal is to, the elements of a tall tale. It's like, okay, I want you to each one write a tall tale. In the setting of a tall tale, it has to be a mangrove forest, because that's a way for them to integrate. And so this way, when they went to the mangrove forest, they were trying to figure out, okay, what type of plants are there here? What type of animals are there here? What can I exaggerate? So they wrote them, and I gave them the rubric so they could self-assess. And I gave them the grade just yesterday, and the grade was chosen by me in a conversation with them. So I actually looked at the rubric, and for example, sentence types. They had to use complex sentences, a combination of simple, compound, and complex sentences. Okay, let's look at your sentences. What do you see in your writing? Do you see a majority of simple, compound, or complex sentences? Of course, I had taught those elements before. Okay, throughout the course, we've been going back and forth to these concepts. And they were looking at it, and they were telling me, so can you highlight some complex sentences here, or simple sentences? And they were highlighting them to me. And some of them said, yeah, I don't really have that many complex sentences. So maybe, for example, from 0 to 5, I should get a 4 or a 3. And sometimes they were harder on themselves than I was. And I said, no, I do think you should reconsider your grade. And we were talking. And the process of conferencing with them took maybe 3 different periods. Okay? But what I did is I had them work on something else, another project. And while they were working in small groups, I was pulling students and conferencing with them. And they were helping me choose their own grade. Of course, I interfered as a professional, because sometimes you had to when the student is not really sure of where they are here. So let me interfere a little bit. But for the most part, they were right on target, because we were looking at evidence of what they did. Okay. And also self-assessment feedback. Basically, my example, I hope it illustrated that it helps them stay on goals and monitor progress, okay? Because they were looking for evidence of specific goals. They can set new goals as needed. For example, with some of the students, some of them figured out that their sentence variety wasn't as large as it should have been. So we set goals. Okay, so next writing piece that you're going to do, we need to work a little bit on sentence variety. You need to have a combination of different types of sentences. And sometimes the tall tale, they needed to work a little bit on the exaggeration aspect of a particular, we looked at that and said, okay, so we need to work on that. And it also helps them celebrate the many successes that they've had, because they also have successes. Let's see if I can show you a couple more examples, and then we can. Yeah. Just to finalize, let me say a couple of things about peer review. Peer review but as a teacher this year in my classroom, I'm going to be honest with you. It probably took me 4 to 5 months to get my students to really understand peer review, because in the beginning they were not really comfortable, or they didn't know how to verbalize feedback, okay, and what to look for. So if you want to do peer review, we do have to use rubrics a lot for assessment. And so I went through, what I started doing is every time I was teaching an objective and we had a project that covered many objectives and there was a rubric, I really had to spend 1 or 2 classes breaking down the rubric with my students and giving them examples. Okay, this is the criterion in this rubric, one of the criteria in the rubric. And what does it really mean? What is a good example of it? What is a not so good example of it? Because if they don't see those examples, they can't really use the rubric to assess their peers. And it really takes a lot of time teaching your students how to do it. And if you can, for example, for writing, try to, you're going to have to change your rubrics depending on the task, but try to keep some of the elements of the rubric the same if you don't have to teach them. If you don't have to change them, sorry. Because otherwise you'd be having to teach them again and again some tasks like speaking or writing tasks, the bulk of your rubric can stay the same, and then you're going to change elements of the rubric that are particular to a certain task. For example, if they are in a debate as opposed to in a speech, so some elements of the rubric will change. But when it comes to the quality of the language produced or the correctness, for example, some of the elements could stay the same. You don't have to change so much. So I try to change aspects of the rubric that I need to change, and not everything. Otherwise, I'm going to have to be teaching them to use a new rubric every time. Okay. And I'm going to stop here. There's more to go through, but I'm going to stop here. And do we have time for questions? Yeah? Okay. Let me take a couple of questions, and please let me know if this made any sense to you at all. Okay? So let's take some questions. Assessment.
Well, thank you, Fabio. Related to assessment here, and then I do agree that by using alternative assessment, it could be engaged student to be autonomous. However, in reality, particularly for speaking assessment, several researches in Indonesia found that to assess by using alternative or authentic assessment in speaking, it could lead some barriers, such as teacher objectivity, and then you said before that we can change the rubric based on the situation. Of course, it would lead to the subjectivity, how they cover and to solve the problem. Thank you.
I think that I'll go back to one of the points and to expand on a little bit more. Focus. Try to focus on things that you can really observe, and make sure that the criteria in your rubric are observable criteria. For example, let's talk about a beginner here. For example, if they're learning, for example, to describe their home, right? And so, for example, it could be that, let's say in your book, there's a little dialogue with two characters, and each one is describing their home. I'm going to give them a task. You're going to describe your home. So my rubric would say, I want you to do in at least this many sentences. If I had to teach them descriptive language, for example, adjectives, I want to see evidence of adjective usage in your description. If I had to teach them nouns related to kitchen, parts of the house, kitchen, living room, I want to see the parts of the house. Okay, these would be the criteria in my rubric. Okay, the student I included a vocabulary related to parts of the house. I used adjectives to describe the parts of the house. I use, for example, there to be or verb to be to describe my house in at least this many sentences. So make it really observable. If you define the criteria in a way that it's observable, then you're going to steer away from too much subjectivity, and you're going to be a little more objective. Okay, the rubric can be the criteria. One criterion or some criteria in the rubric could be something like this: I used this. I used adjectives in my description at least this many times. I used the parts vocabulary related to parts of the house. It can be something really, really tangible, like this, because if you keep it vague, then it's going to be more subjective. Does that make sense? And that's what empowers the students to assess themselves too. Because a student can listen to each other and determine if his friend used vocabulary related to parts of the house or not. If they said kitchen, living room, bathroom, and bedroom in other parts, so yeah, I heard it. Check. Okay, it's been done. So good. But that's a very good question. Any other questions?
Yes, maybe you can state your name first,
Okay.
the affiliation, before addressing the.
Okay, I'm Aldin from State University of Semarang. Here I have students that they know nothing but English. if I send this, they don't get the point. So how to give the assessment? Is it a good choice to teach them by dictionary and by assess them by giving any word to word? Yeah, this is my case. How to solve it? Thank you.
It's a very good question. I don't know if I can answer entirely now, but some of the things that I try to do as a teacher, sometimes if you're focusing, I mean, if a student knows nothing about English, good for you. Then that means that you're needed as a professional, right? Because if our students knew everything about English, we wouldn't have jobs, right? This is good, okay? Because that's your job to teach them. That's great. Be thankful for that, okay? Yeah. When sometimes like, oh, I have a student who has nothing, great. I know I'm probably going to keep my job for this year because there's a reason for me to be here. And that's important. Second, you're going to have to scaffold. Because if you're analyzing, for example, a task, in my room, for example, like when I was teaching my students to write a tall tale, I have maybe 4 or 5 students in my class that they had sometimes quite a bit of difficulty putting together sentences. Okay, especially varying their sentences, like simple, complex. So I gave them, I created a scaffold, like when they were doing the task, I gave them a piece of paper with examples of sentences they could use and sentence frames, where parts of the sentences were taken out. They, for example, there was a blank, and they could include a description of something particular to the story, but many different students could use those sentence frames. Most of the students didn't need the frames. They had an example of a story, they looked at the example, they were able to create their own. But some students, they needed something else. They needed a scaffold or something that would allow them to complete the task, okay? So, some students will need more of your help than others, okay? But they will complete the task. For example, see it like this. Let's say you put this water bottle here. And the task is you have to pick up the water bottle. Some students, if they're tall enough, they may be able to come here and just pick up the water bottle. With the others that are not tall enough, you're going to have to put a little stool so they can stand on and pick up the water bottle. That's fine. If you need to use the stool, use the stool. But at least they've been able to pick up the water bottle. So you have to set them up for success. Okay? Because even if they have to reproduce sentences that you give them as sample, by using the sentences, they're learning. Maybe next time those sentences will come more naturally to them. Okay, so if you have this is the reality of any classroom these days. We have students that can perform the task very quickly, and students that don't know how to start. Great. Set up the ones who can do everything by themselves to work independently, and work with the ones that need your help. Okay, and if you don't use small groups, this is virtually impossible. Virtually impossible, yeah. Small group. Because if you want to assess alternatively, then you need to teach differently. Okay? You can expect, okay, your teaching cannot be show, see, and do. No. Yeah, cannot do that. Because it really doesn't work. It doesn't work for me. Seriously, if I'm a student, if someone shows me something, I mean, let's go back to the metaphor. If you show a video of someone driving a car, does that mean that the people who are watching it can learn how to drive a car by watching a video? No, they don't, right? Same thing with English, okay? Just because you showed them language doesn't mean they can use it, okay? So create tasks in which they have to use language and create tools that will help them complete the tasks. Those are the scaffolds. And then assess it.
Well, thank you so much. I think we don't have any more time. We need to continue another discussion in another time. Yeah. Thank you so much for presenting the remarkable knowledge of Fabio for us. And please give once more big applause to Fabio again. Thank you.
Well, thank you very much, Mr. Fabio Coelho, for the notable material about English lesson assessment. Now, ladies and gentlemen, we would like to present a token of appreciation to our invited speaker, Mr. Fabio Khalil. Please stay on the stage. And I would also invite the Dean of Foreign Language and Culture Faculty, Ibu Yesika Maya Oktarani, to pass the souvenir. Okay, ladies and gentlemen, welcome to the second plenary session. Now, we will have Ibu Isi Yuliasri to present her paper. In this moment, okay, applause please. In this moment, she will be moderated by Ms. Ria. The floor is yours.
Good morning. Hello. Still alive? Yeah. I hope you're okay. We will have another remarkable and also outstanding speaker. That is Ibu Isi Yuliasri. I would like to introduce you to the speaker. Ibu Dr. Isi Yuliasri, MBD, is a lecturer of English Department of Semarang State University, or UNES. She has been teaching for about 27 years. Yeah. Yeah. And she is also the TEFLN coordinator for Central Java. Her research interests cover translation studies and ELT, or English language teaching. Well, ladies and gentlemen, here is Buisi. Buisi, the floor is yours.
I'm not sure if I have to stand or sit. Usually as a teacher, I love standing instead of sitting. I don't want to make my students fall asleep. Well, today I'm going to present cooperative learning for undergraduate translation and interpreting classes. This is a bit specific for undergraduate program, but actually cooperative learning techniques are very much applicable at school levels too. And as actually a lot of the research done has proven that cooperative learning techniques work very well at school levels. But there are now also some studies on the applicability of cooperative learning in a tertiary education level. Although there are some debates in the distinction between cooperative learning and collaborative learning, and that some author also think that cooperative learning is more suitable for school levels and collaborative learning is more suitable for tertiary level. But there are also some authors who also believe that the terms cooperative learning and collaborative learning are interchangeable. So in this discussion, I will start my presentation by giving you the description of what cooperative learning is, and then how people position cooperative learning versus collaborative learning, and then what is the position of cooperative learning in tertiary education. And then the more specific discussion will focus on the application of cooperative learning in teaching translation and interpreting, because my research interest is also in translation and interpreting. So I guess we will have to wait for the PowerPoint to get ready. Okay, so let's see the description of what cooperative learning is. Cooperative learning is described as an approach to teaching that makes maximum use of cooperative activities involving pairs and small group of learners in the classroom. That's by Richard and Rogers. And another description is group learning activity organized so that learning is dependent on the socially structured exchange of information between learners in groups and in which each learner is held accountable for his or her own learning and is motivated to increase the learning of others. So this what makes it different from the traditional group work. In traditional group work, usually students only focus on his own learning, but does not have the feeling of responsibility for the learning of others. And what I quote from Astuti, cooperative learning is a teaching method in which students work in groups and their social interaction in the group is structured to ensure positive interdependence, individual accountability, equal participation, and simultaneous interaction. So you know that there are a lot of cooperative learning techniques. There are a lot of structures in the cooperative learning. And among the popular and widely used are techniques like jigsaw, think, pair, share, three-step interview, and then numbered heads together that teachers are usually familiar with, right? In other words, cooperative learning is a learning strategy where learners work in groups to achieve a certain learning goal, and in which each member of the group is not only responsible for his or her own learning, but also for the learning of other members in the group. So they have the slogan, as stated in Jacob's book, in cooperative learning, learners have to swim or sink together. So that's the slogan. So the learners in the group either swim or sing together. So they have the interdependence, goal interdependence, reward interdependence, and so on. Now I will look at the research studies on cooperative learning. So research has proven that cooperative learning strategies contribute to the promotion of higher order thinking and socially acceptable behavior and interracial acceptance. Because actually a lot of the techniques are based on the social psychology of learning. Next, please. Next. Next. Okay. Yeah, okay. In the school context, it has been proven that cooperative learning strategies are effective in increasing student achievement across all grade levels and across subject areas. So it's applicable in different subject areas, not only English. And my study on the applicability of CL in different classroom contexts also proved that. I did this did study with some teachers of different subject areas, and I gave the treatment by giving them workshop on 9 cooperative learning techniques. Before the workshop, they didn't know anything about cooperative learning techniques, but after the workshop, they could create teaching scenarios, applying and adapting different techniques of cooperative learning for different subject areas. And I was even amazed that some also apply these cooperative learning techniques to the teaching of Quran. You know. And the biology teacher adapted the technique like think per share into discover per share. So you know, we need teachers' creativity in adapting cooperative learning techniques into their own structure to suit with the different subject areas and to suit with the different characteristics of the students and classes. Next, please. And according to Slavin, CL is one of the most successful learning strategies explored in the history of education research. So cooperative learning is widely researched. Next, please. Now, how we distinguish between cooperative learning and collaborative learning? Because some people also think, some authors also think that cooperative learning is different from collaborative learning. So according to this author, cooperative learning requires students to work together on a common task, sharing information, and supporting one another. Next. And the teacher acts as a facilitator of learning, but she also has the authority over the class and be the subject matter expert. Although the students work learn from their friends, but it's like the final say about the correctness of their understanding still in the hands of the teacher. That's in cooperative learning technique. Next, please. And the teacher takes control over the class through designing and assigning group learning tasks. So it's the teacher who design and assign the group learning task, in managing time and resources, and also in monitoring students' learning by checking to see that students are on task and that the group process is working well. Next, please. While in collaborative learning, students learn independently and do not depend on the teachers as the authority on the subject matter content or group process. So according to Bravi, in collaborative learning, the teacher is not responsible for monitoring the group learning. The teacher instead acts as a collaborator, becoming a member of the learning community in search of knowledge. Okay, next. The goal of cooperative learning is to work together in harmony and mutual support to find the solution, while the goal of collaborative learning is to develop autonomous, articulate thinking people. Next, please. So some authors believe that cooperative learning may be appropriate for school children, while collaborative learning is more appropriate for college students. But some other authors use the term cooperative and collaborative interchangeably. Other authors believe that cooperative learning is a subcategory of collaborative learning. And some other authors use the term cooperative learning also in higher education. So when we work in higher education, we don't need to hesitate in using the term cooperative learning because also it's so widely acknowledged in even in postgraduate program. So as a compromise, Berkeley used the term COLTS for the techniques they introduced. So CO stands for either cooperative or collaborative. And then LTs, that's learning techniques. So maybe we need to compromise to use CL or COLTS as either cooperative or collaborative learning. So that's that's the debate about the between CL and cooperative learning and collaborative learning. Next, please. Now, after we know that we don't need to worry about debating what the difference between cooperative learning and collaborative learning, we'll see what cooperative learning has been applied, in what way cooperative learning has been applied in higher education. Because I have only 10 minutes, I really need to move really fast. So in the field of teacher education, there are a lot of research studies on cooperative learning. Next, please. A study also done in Pakistan, for example, on the effects of cooperative learning versus traditional instruction on prospective teachers' learning experience and achievement. And the study concludes that cooperative learning enhances prospective teachers' academic achievement as compared to traditional instruction. It also promotes enriched, enjoyable, and interactive learning experience. Next. But Winman mentions that even experienced teachers fear to use CL in higher education or in tertiary education level because of the reason, because of fear of losing control of the class, because in most classes in tertiary education in many countries, usually the teacher or the lecturer do a lot of lecturing and then discussion. Yeah. And they also lack of teacher confidence in applying CL, and then limited time for content coverage, and the feeling of difficulty in the assessment when they apply cooperative learning, and fear that participation is not the same with students. Next, please. So in the case of Pakistan, most teacher educators use traditional teaching. What about Indonesia? I think we have the same situation. Yeah. I want to quote a witness of the use of cooperative learning in PhD program in the US. This from my colleague. She used to be my student actually, so she's a young lecturer in UNES, and she has recently just finished her PhD in the US. And she said that most of my class discussion, with prior requirement of students reading, of course, were carried out in CL format, even though my professors did not always explicitly tell the students the name of the cooperative learning structures or techniques used in their teaching. So this is just a proof that even at postgraduate level, you can apply cooperative learning for discussion. Now, because I have very limited time, I really have to move to the cooperative learning application in translation and interpreting. Yeah, okay. Before this, next, before, oh, after this, okay. So Lee studied the use of CL in translating a travel guide. So the research findings reveal that collaborative learning can, to some extent, improve students' translation performance. And instructors' constant guidance and feedback were still needed before doing the independent work. So actually, in this case, the collaborative learning technique applied, or the cooperative learning technique applied is actually not for the translation work itself, but it's for the discussion on the analysis of the text, and then how they do the translation, what kind of translation strategies or techniques before they really do the independent work. So it's more on the discussion of how to translate, not on the translating itself. Next, please. And then another research is on the use of cooperative translation task, which is the adaptation of communicative teaching technique, yeah, in undergraduate translation during translation class. So most of the studies on translation and interpreting using cooperative learning techniques actually focuses on the process, on the collaborative process, actually on the collaborative skill and in the process of discussion, instead of the the use of the technique for improving or enhancing their skill in translation or interpreting, which is for me is a gap in research that we can use for our future research. Okay, let's see next, please. Next. Next. So the finding of the research revealed that the cooperative translation technique interactions among students and teachers benefited students in a deep learning of translation, development of critical thinking, and cooperation between or among translators. My classroom action research in 2014 is action research applying CL techniques, think, pair, share, and jigsaw in translation class. And the findings shows that CL improves students' diction, grammar, and rendering of message or content of the text. And students were also more active and motivated, and they gain better understanding of translation techniques. And inputs from their teammates were useful in improving the quality of their translation. So usually it's used a lot in peer feedback. Next, please. Now, I really want to move to the interpreting part. Next, please. Okay. So with the translation class, teachers' guidance with examples and also feedback are still needed. So not purely cooperative learning. Yeah. So it is cooperative in a way that teachers' authority is still there. Yeah. So it is therefore suggested in undergraduate program that translation class is done by optimizing the teacher's role as a moderator and collaborator, while gradually minimizing the students' dependence on teachers' lecture. Because based on the finding of my research, the students still want teachers' lecture. Okay, and in interpreting class, interpreting, although it is an older activity than translation, it has been the object of research less often than translation. So we found very few research studies on interpreting, on the use of CL in interpreting. So one of the research that I found on the use of CL in interpreting is actually applying jigsaw, but this is more for the collaborative, students' collaborative skills. Can we go to conclusion? Conclusion? Yes. My proposal, yeah. So my proposal for the teaching of translation and interpreting using CL is to use some structured techniques or to adapt some structured techniques. For example, think, pair, share technique might be adapted for interpreting practice and peer feedback. Next. And can we go above, before? Next. Yeah. Adapting jigsaw technique by replacing the individual working session into pair work interpreting session before the home group work session. So you can adapt the jigsaw session by using pair instead of individual for interpreting practice. Next, please. Three-step interview technique may also be adapted by changing the interview activity with interpreting activity. Conclusion, please. So cooperative learning has been widely studied, and the benefits of using it have and research ability cooperative learning across different subject areas and at different levels of education. So further adaptation and studies of CL in translation and interpreting classes are needed. That's all. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Bu Isi, for the interesting topic you have delivered for us. Now, I would like to open the discussion session. Maybe two questions from the floor. The audience who would like to address the question to the speaker, please state your name and raise your hand. Okay, after that, lady on red and one more. Okay, the lady over there.
Okay. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. My name is Chandra. I'm from Tidar University. Okay, related to the cooperative learning for undergraduate students, I've ever applied this cooperative learning in my speaking class in the form of group discussion. However, when I observe my students, my students' group work, I found that one of the members was so silent and passive, and he didn't involve in the discussion. So my question is, do you have any suggestion to break the silence of the students who is passive in the group discussion? Thank you so much.
Actually, when you apply cooperative learning technique, usually each student has different role. Every individual students in the groups have different role. So it is not likely that one student will be passive. So I was wondering which structure of cooperative learning did you apply? Maybe you just apply the traditional group work when each member of the groups when members of the group do not have roles. But with cooperative learning structures, everyone in the group has a role. Yeah. So it is not likely that one would be silent or passive and others will be dominant. So you have to look back to the technique you use. Maybe it is just the traditional group work, but not structured with cooperative learning techniques. The book written by Jacobs for cooperative learning technique. And there is also a book by that I quote here, collaborative learning for for teachers as collaborator. And I think ebook can be found. Ebook can be found on the internet on Kagan and Kagan cooperative learning techniques, very thick one. There are over 90 different techniques of cooperative learning, 90 different structures of cooperative learning. Yeah.
Flo, do you have still a question? Oh, yes.
Okay, Bu Isi, it's very interesting listening to your, sorry. My name is Annie from IPB. It's very interesting listening to your research about this one, but what I'm asking is, do you also see that the individual skill of translating improves by doing this one?
Well, I only assess roughly, like in the improved diction, like the way the students choose different words, because we also practice how we choose word from the dictionary when we want to translate, and it's done in the group, right? And with the feedback of the teachers. So because sometimes to translate one word in the dictionary, there are some words provided, and the students have to pick up the most suitable word for the context that they are translating, right? So diction is one of the area improved, but yeah, but I investigated diction, grammar, and content actually. But grammar is not very much improved because I think grammar needs semesters, many semesters to improve. Yeah, even junior lecturers made a lot of grammatical mistakes that they can still improve in the years of their teaching, right? So even a senior lecturer like me, because you know English is not our language, so grammatical errors tends to stay, there. So, and especially in translating. Usually when the sentence construction is very complicated, and especially when the translation is from Indonesian to English, the difficulty is more because Indonesian sentences sometimes are, uh, yeah, beating around the bush, and sometimes the students fail to find the subject. Yeah, sometimes, yeah, and then they fail to present it in the proper English sentences.
Thank you so much, Ibu Ani Purjayanti from IPB. We still have 5 minutes to have a discussion with Ibu Isi. So the floor is state now.
Thank you. I'm Singgih from Surabaya. Very interesting topics, Bu Isi. Thank you. I have two questions. The first one, I could understand that cooperative learning rates with the soft skill. So students they can mingle with the others, they can share, they can. I think this is very important for Indonesian students, for my students too. One of the pillars of the UNESCO for the learning. Yeah, that is my yeah. Also for the teachers and students too, but they also try to be a teachers in the group correctly. They have the responsible for their be delivered to all. So this is actually excellent. Like so did the research between translation and interpretation, interpreting. In the result of my research that interpreting is more difficult than translation. Respondents, you think, Bu Esi? Thank you very much.
Yes, I agree with you, Pak Singgih, that cooperative learning is very important for students to develop their soft skills, to work together with friends, to players. When they want to have their career, they will also be as employee if they can. So I think it can reduce selfishness, student selfishness, if there are some selfish students in the classroom. Cooperative learning is really good for developing student soft skills, especially in working with others. And I also agree that cooperative learning is also good for tertiary education because it promotes student higher order thinking. Because when they give feedback, when they teach in the group, as you said, they actually judge. They actually make evaluation also. So before they give feedback, they also evaluate a phenomenon. So I agree with what Pak Singgih said, that we really need to move, to shift from the traditional lecturing and questioning session into more cooperative or collaborative nature of teaching in universities too. not just to encourage our teachers to do that in high schools, but we as teacher educator also need to encourage ourselves to adopt this. And also your question with interpreting, yes, I agree. Interpreting is much more difficult than translation, because in translation you have time to draft, and then you have time to correct, you have time to refine your word, you have time to look up the dictionary. But interpreting, you have to be spontaneous. You really rely on the repertoire of words that you have in your head. And you really have to think very fast when you find a word that you are not familiar with. So you have to find the general idea and find to get the closest, the word that are closest in meaning. So yes, interpreting is much more difficult, and we have seen that in the during the lecture of Zakir Naik, for example. There are a lot of troubles in interpreting. I think Indonesian people need to boost the teaching of English when we see what happened with that event, because in other countries English have been more promoted, even our neighboring countries. So, for example, in Cambodia, in 1999, 1992 and 1999, when I had a course in Singapore, I saw that my friends from Cambodia, my colleagues from Cambodia, their English were much lower than others of the participants as South. But now, this year when I came to Cambodia, I was amazed, because I think the teaching of English there has been progressed very much. When I met, for example, students, undergraduate students, their English was very good, and when they talk about the teaching, when they give presentation in the conference, when they talk about the teaching of English, whoa, yeah, amazing. So I think now I'm sad, I'm concerned that now if, the teaching of English is less, even less now in the new curriculum. We only have 2 hours English. And when I met Malaysian teachers in Cambodia, they asked me during lunch, Bu Isi, how many hours high school teachers teach English in school? I said two times 2 hours a week, and actually only 2 hours a week. I didn't know. I didn't realize that it's changed even less to 2 hours. And when I said 2 times 2 hours a week, the Malaysian teachers say, "Oh, really? We do it every day." I really want to get. I was so sad because it seems that other countries they are very progressive with English learning, and in our country I think we have less and less quota for English learning. So we have to say something to our government, I think.
Well, thank you so much, ladies and gentlemen. I think we have come to the end of this second session of plenary session. Thank you so much for Bu Isi for presenting the enlightening materials for us. We will proceed to the next agenda meeting. Thank you so much. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Well, ladies and gentlemen, thank you very much for Ibu Isi Yuliasri for giving us the interesting insight. Now, we would like to present a token of appreciation to our invited speaker for Ibu Isi Yuliasri. Please stay on the stage. And I also would like to invite the Dean, Mrs. Jessica, to pass on the souvenir. Thank you. Last, please. Thank you. Ladies and gentlemen, let us now please welcome our keynote speaker, Mr. Aslam Khan bin Samas Khan, the Executive Vice Chairman of American Education Group Malaysia, to present his paper. He will be moderated by Bu Jessica Maya Oktarani. The floor is yours.
Okay, Bismillahirrahmanirrahim. Ladies and gentlemen, Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Okay, after we, in the world of translation and before we publish, we have assessment. I just want to make sure that everyone over here is still awake. Yeah, in Javanese, we count, start from CG, yeah. So let us look to your right and to your left, friends, and make sure that everyone smile. Okay, let's do it. CG to your left and to your right. Because then everyone will smile. Otherwise, you never have your smile this morning. Yeah, so give applause for everybody. Okay, thank you. It's an honor for me because I was chosen to become the moderator of a very important person. Even though he always said, no, I just like the other person, but still, in my hand over here, there are so many things that I have to read because the curriculum vitae was very long, but because the main point of having him is to share about what's going on with English education in 21st century. So I better read only the main, achievements of what he has so far. And ladies and gentlemen, Mr. Aslam Khan is now becoming international and corporate training consultant, and he is already more than probably 40 years working with the English education and training, especially in Malaysia and all over the world, in fact, because, for example, his professional membership in Malta, Malaysian English Language Teaching Association. Now he's become vice president, of Malta. And he also engaged in Asia TEFL. And now he also engaged very much project with Australian, and some teachers all over the world to create like a training for trainers to create like such interesting method how to teach English for the students. And he also becoming excellent teacher of the year in Malaysia nationally. It was in 1991. And then he also got Excellent Service Award for 5 years and becoming excellent senior lecturer because his career, even though career is so fast, and he's quite important person in Malaysian education ministry and so forth because that's the sign. And the most interesting part is that he speaks 12 languages and dialects. So let's welcome Mr. Aslam Khan.
Thank you, Bu. Yes, she's Bu. Yes, yes, you can. Assalamualaikum and very good morning. Selamat pagi ya. Saya bisa bercakap Indonesia karena sering ke Indonesia. Anyone Malaysian? I know they are Malaysians. I know there's a French lady there. I know the guy has gone back, the American, right? The others all from Indonesia? Semua dari Indonesia ya. Siapa dari Malang? Dari Malang. Di mana ya? Batu. Wah, Batu enak sekali. Saya ke Batu atas di sana, dingin sekali ya. Karena saya sering ke Malang, Universiti Islam Negeri Malang. Sudah saya ingat 5-6 kali ke sana. Siapa dari Surabaya? Ini Bapak daripada Surabaya, satu orang ya. Saya sering ke Adibuana University semenjak tahun 2009. Bandung? Bandung. IKIP ya, di sana ada IKIP ya. UPI, sorry. Kemudian di Jogja. Ada dari Jogja? Di mana ya? State University. All right. So I travel a lot in Indonesia because Indonesia is my second home. It will come my first home. Karena rakan-rakan saya kata kamu ini sekarang 50% Malaysian, 50% Indonesian. Saya kata selepas pulang dari Semarang 51%. Alright, ya nama saya Aslam Khan ya, bukan Shahrukh Khan. Saya cikgu. Cikgu kita real. Cikgu, ya guru. I'm a teacher, I'm real. Shahrukh Khan is an actor, not real. So we are all educationists and we are all real. Kita dipilih oleh Allah Subhanahu wa Ta'ala untuk jadi seorang pendidik. Bukan setiap orang boleh jadi pendidik, hanya kita saja. Bagi tepukan kepada diri sendiri. We are the chosen one, we are teachers. And we move with time. Kita bergerak dengan masa supaya tidak ketinggalan. We don't want to be left behind. Therefore, we are the 21st century educationists. Big round of applause for yourself. Yesterday on the plane, I was looking at my PowerPoint and I was looking at the schedule and tiba-tiba Bu Aima told me 1.5 hours keynote. I said, so long. Bu Isi, normally keynote not 1.5 hours, 40 minutes, but never mind. Since I come all the way from Kuala Lumpur, from the Twin Towers, I will share 1.5 hours with you. Don't go to bed. Don't go to bed. Let's see how. Okay? So if you look at my title, it is Revisiting Idealism in Enhancing Pedagogical Skills, because we are practitioners. And I put there my story. Why my story? Because I am more of a practitioner rather than a theorist. We are all practitioners. We are not theorists. Tapi theory, we need to learn a little bit, right? So what you're going to see is real. What you're going to hear is real. Some are not from the books. Okay? So you're going to see real, not Shahrukh Khan, Aslam Khan. All right, now, this is what I saw on the plane, and then I thought I want to share with you. What did he say? Education needs to shift from teaching us facts to teaching us how to live extraordinary lives. So you are the agent of changing your learners to live extraordinary lives. Now, most of what I'm going to talk will be in the context of Indonesia, because English language belongs to the speaker, not to the country. And if someone from America or England say that, hey, you must speak like the English, you say, I'm sorry. English doesn't belong to the English. It belongs to the speaker. speaker. You understand? Yeah. I mean, I studied in UK, and on the first day I was in UK, the taxi driver took me to my University of Wales College of Cardiff, and the taxi driver said, "Where are you from?" I said, "Malaysia." Malaysia? Oh, why are you here? I'm coming here to get a degree in English studies. Go back. Huh? He told me, go back. I said, go back to where? Malaysia. You don't have to learn English. You speak better English than the English people. Why? You know why? Because in England, 97% of the people in England speak local dialects. Only 3% speak RP or Standard English or Queen's English. So we speak better than the British. And yes, because in London, they will say, oh. I say, what is that? What you want? I want your, I say, what? I want some water and butter. And if you go to Newcastle, or you go to the northern part, the bus is here, the bus is here. What bus? Bus. Because they don't have the You understand? They say good. Cut becomes good. Can you give me a knife? I want to cut this. Good. What? My housemaid. She's from the northern part. She said, good. So I said, if that's the case, then Rod Stewart should be singing the song, first cut is the deepest, becomes first cut is the deepest. What an embarrassment, right? Right? So we are okay, but we have to keep moving. So you see, that is what education is all about, especially English language education. Are we there? We will be there, inshallah. But before that, we have to learn. We learn, we relearn, and relearn, and we share. So that's my task today, to share with all of you in Semarang. Because when I was a young teacher, I was 18 years old, I knew about Semarang. I told Bu, yes. I taught geography and English. And I said, Semarang is in Central Java, capital Central Java, is a port. So today, I'm here. And Semarang is beautiful. The food is fantastic. And the people are also beautiful. All right. So let's see. All right. Now, I want you to sit back and watch this very quickly.
I'm just a little bit caught in the middle. Life is a maze, love is a riddle. I don't know where to go, can't do it alone. I try, and I don't know why. It's too much, yeah, it's too long to be something I'm not. I'm a fool out of love, 'cause I just can't get enough. I'm just a little man, I'm so scared, but it shows.
You have to pay attention because there will be question at the end of the session. The winner of the competition will take to Malaysia.
Nah, ini 1001 kasus sebenarnya suara kayak kamu ini anugerah ya sebenarnya. Kamu ngomongannya kayak gitu tuh. Coba namanya siapa?
Rahel.
Tuh. Jadi emang udah lucu terus udah enak didengar. Umur kamu berapa?
11.
11.
Cuma 11.
Kalau saya muter nih, wah berarti benar-benar ada sesuatu yang saya lihat dari.
Look at her.
Ya.
Look carefully at this girl.
Sama. Rahel, sejujurnya masih banyak sekali yang harus kamu pelajari. Masih warna suara yang berubah menjadi sesuatu yang unik. Dan
serius kok.
Kamu kenapa? Oh gitu. Seneng ya? By the way, kamu datang sama siapa sayang?
Sama kakak, nenek, sama tante.
Oh kakak, nenek, sama tante. Orang tuanya kebetulan berhalangan hadir.
Enggak, udah meninggal.
Oh, sorry sayang. Jadi dari dua-duanya?
Iya.
Oh gitu. Jadi kamu dari sama
nenek.
Sama nenek. Neneknya nonton?
Ada neneknya.
Ini ada. Di mana?
Udah. Yes,
Iya,
ayo.
Sudah harus nggak apa-apa. Mereka pasti bangga ya.
Tepuk tangan dong.
Ya sayangnya.
Biar semangat. Lihat semuanya bangga ya.
Iya, tuh lihat
Ya,
semuanya
semuanya
dilihat
bangga,
loh,
lihat.
bangga loh.
Ini
ya
satu
kan?
studio semua bangga
Iya
lihat.
loh,
Ini satu studio
keluarganya.
semua bangga lihat kamu.
I want you to see and see why I put all these things, ya.
Yang Bapak, maksudnya kapan Bapak sadari kalau putri Bapak ini punya banyak orang?
Putri. Wow. Putri, umurnya berapa sayang?
8 tahun.
8 tahun. Berarti sekarang kelas berapa ya?
2 SD.
2 SD, oke. Baik, kalau gitu. Sudah siap? Kasih tepuk tangan buat Putri.
She's blind, ya. She's blind.
Oh, from deep within, it's only beginning to find release. Oh, the time has come for my dreams to hurt. They will not be frozen inside and turn into your own. All 'cause you want listen.
As a presenter, you always catch them there, you see? Okay, one more. Look at
I wanna be a billionaire so freaking bad. Buy all of the things I never had.
Buat gua lah ini dah.
Yeah, I wanna be on the cover of Forbes magazine, smiling next to Oprah and the Queen. Oh, every time I close my eyes, I swear, look better for nama. Oh, oh.
Alright.
They are children, you know, 8, 11, 14, 15, 13. Now this is the world stage, you know. I'm going to ask you a question after this.
Like on the ocean, big wave.
The mother is more excited.
In emotion, like how the single word can make a heart open.
We see this is collaborative or cooperative learning, the mother and the daughter. 15, huh?
Can you hear my voice? This time, this is my fight song.
Mother very excited. I think I want to see the mother.
All right, let's do this together.
Let's go.
Sing.
Okay.
Michael learned
Baby,
to
won't
rock,
you
you know,
tell me
the
why?
band, the famous band in the
There
world.
is sadness in your eyes. I don't want to say goodbye to you. Love is one big illusion. I should try to forget.
Who says Indonesian can't speak
There is
English?
something left in my
Look at her
head.
pronunciation, her stress and intonation.
You're the one who set it up. You're the one to make it stop. I'm the one who's feeling lost right now. Now you want me to forget every little thing you.
You see, you want more, right? I'll come again next year. There are reasons why I'm showing this, because I'm in the context of Indonesia. All right, and I tell you why at the end of it. Okay. Comments or remarks from any of you? What do you think? Just say anything. Yeah. Say anything. Okay, all performers are good in English. Some more, anything. The best remark will go to Kuala Lumpur. No more. Okay, thank you very much. All right, now, I'm taking you onto a journey of reflection as a practitioner. Sorry? Never mind, you can talk to me later. Okay, I'm going to revisit. My session is going to give you a reflection. I want you to see from all perspectives as a practitioner. What is realism? What is idealism? All right? Now, let's look at instructional language. I'm taking you on a journey, yeah? You are making a comparison of instructional language. All right? All of you agree? There is before the lesson commences. Good morning. While the lesson, you have lots of this discourse. All right, do you understand? Do you understand? Do you understand? Right? Okay. So you are with me. Pose the closer, what you say? Well, as for homework today, we are going to do this. Don't forget to do all these things. Realistic, right? Realistic, right? Okay. So you're with me. And then look at one part of, this is a research that I did in a classroom. Research I did in a classroom while I was observing my students doing practicum. I sit at the back and see how the teaching is. Teaching is going on, I was doing my research with the students. So when the teacher says, good morning class, turn to page 28, I ask the student, what do you think? This is every day without fail. Now, this is a research, you know. Today, I'm going to teach poetry. Then the student will say, what's your response? You always say so. But how do you know that we are going to learn it? Now, this is realistic. But I'm taking you into 21st century education, which is different. And then the teacher say, okay, do you know what a poem is? Then the student say, if we know, then why do we need you in class? Now, these are young learners. You know how old are they? They are 10, 11, 12. I haven't gone to secondary. Then the teacher said, it's a stanza, has rhythm, rhyming patterns, tone, mood, poetic devices, very flowery language. Okay? Then what is the response from the student? Oh gosh, what's that? So technical. Literature, really? And then the teacher goes on. And normally we use a simple formula to understand a poem, that is specs. Specs is the formula. Oh dear, the student said. Looks like a math lesson. I'm shutting down. They switch off. Okay, that is the instructional discourse. So this is a convention which is the downfall of a practitioner and his classroom practice. You must never go to class and do the routine. Good morning, turn to page 28. The student said, sorry teacher, yesterday we did 28, today is 29. Oh, sorry, 29. Now, we laugh. We laugh. We laugh, but those things are realistic. You see, you agree. You may have done that, right? For homework, take out your grammar book. Okay, we passed up already, grammar 1. Grammar 2, yesterday we sent in. Grammar 3, no grammar 3. Okay, start new grammar 3 now. Then the content. Let's look at the content. We are looking at linguistic competence and literary competence, because an English teacher must never ever say, I can't teach literature. If you stand up and say, I can't teach literature, then don't be an English teacher. You are just a teacher. Incomplete English teacher. All English teachers must be able to teach literature, because literature is one of the greatest essence of English language classroom. I will tell you why later. Remind me, yeah? Now, this is your journey as an English teacher, right? Linguistic knowledge, content, usage, whatever. Learner, wow. And then you come up with questions. Define language. State one function of language. Agree? Yeah, lah tu. And then psycholinguistics. What do psycholinguists compare animal communication with that of human language? Wow! Sometimes you don't know what is it all about. Sociolinguistics, semantics. Wow! Tutorial questions for figurative or metaphorical language. Use of wow, blah, 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 blah. Wow, you equip yourself with phonology, grammar, LGA, literature. LGA is language arts, yeah? Literature. Wow. The English teacher. I know what is psycholinguistics. So everything you know. Bagus sekali. Then language learning skills, the use, receptive versus productive skills, listening, speaking, reading, writing, grammar in use, blah, blah, blah. Pedagogical knowledge skill, implementation part, approaches, methodology, strategies, techniques. These are all things that you must know, right? Agree? Some of you will use this. This is a very interesting methodology to teach. Adjective. I'm just sharing with you, yeah? And you will like him.
Hello, I'm Professor Grammar, and I want to...
Hello.
Hello, Professor Grammar.
Sorry, I'm late. How are you? A question? Yes.
Are there any rules for
Rules? Rules? But of course, there is a rule for everything. There is a rule for everything.
Well, are there any rules for English word order?
Word order.
For example, you're wearing black leather shoes.
They are the finest black leather shoes. They were a present from Mrs. Grammar, my dear wife.
Yes, Professor, but why are they black leather shoes? Why aren't they leather black shoes?
Because there's a rule for everything. Yes, there is a rule for everything. Oh,
Sometimes.
oh, shakam. E, color, O, M, material, shakam.
So, Opshicom helps us remember the word order of adjectives before nouns.
Correct. Let's look at my shoes again. They are black shoes. Color. They are leather shoes. Material. They are British shoes. Origin. They come from Britain. Great. They are old shoes. Age. They are small shoes. I have very small feet.
Shape or size.
They are beautiful shoes. Well, that's my opinion. So, they are beautiful, small, old, black, British leather shoes. Shakam.
You don't need to use so many adjectives.
Okay. Always keep you in suspense. So you have this, and then it comes to, once you have done everything, testing, evaluation. What do you do? What do? You give them a test, right? Students have go through the test, right? And then this is what happens. This is examination. Isn't that examination? Yeah, because you have to concentrate on that table, that piece of paper, and answer it. And that's your future. A or B or C, that's your life. Agree? Agree? Yes or no? I mean, right or not, teachers? Yes. Why can't we go beyond all this? Something for you to reflect. Why must it be like this until some students copy and write the answers on their, and they have specs? Not thinking outside the box, is thinking inside the box. You see? And some of them, they do all kind of things. Innovation also. Can you see the innovation? His left hand is on the table. It's not the left hand. It's below there with the handphone, finding the answers. My God. Oh. that is going on realistically. So this is a compliment of Professor Tan Sri Zul, one of my mentors. He was formerly the Vice Chancellor of University of Science Malaysia for 10 years, and he's currently the president of World Universities. He's like him. Yeah. So this is what he says. We have come to this point. The education is an assembly line. Just like kilang roti. Customer, you put this blah, 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 this customer students, put the content, and then the curriculum, and then they go to classes, then they have test quality, whatever, then they graduate, and then that's become the product. Is that what we are supposed to do? Reflect, yeah? This is a rhetorical question. Don't answer. So, I'm taking you into the journey of an English practitioner. So the point is this. All is not lost. Want to be like that. Agree? So we have to seek solution. To seek solution today? Yes. Let's find solution. And this video clip, I think some of you may have seen, provide us with a very good idea of what solution about 21st century education is all about. And the subtitles are in
Albert Einstein once said, everybody's a genius.
Indonesian language.
But if you judge a fish by its ability to climb a tree, it will live its even. It is glad you could come. Not only does he make fish climb trees, but also makes them climb down and do a 10-mile run. Tell me, school, are you proud of the things you've done? Turning millions of people into robots, do you find that fun? Do you realize how many kids relate to that fish swimming upstream in class, never finding their gifts, thinking they are stupid, believing they are useless? Well, the time has come, no more excuses. I call school to the stand and accuse him of killing creativity and intellectual abusive institution that's outlived its use, Your Honor. Statement, and if I may present the evidence of my case, I will prove. Proceed. Exhibit A. Here's a modern day phone. Recognize it? Here's a phone from 150 years ago. Big difference, right? Stay with me. Here's a car from today, and here's a car from 150 years ago. Big difference, right? Well, get this. Here's a classroom of today, and here's a class we used 150 years ago. Now, ain't that a shame? In literally more than a century, nothing has changed. Yet you claim to prepare students for the future? But with evidence like that, I must ask, do you prepare students for the future or the past? I did a background check on you and let the record show that you were made to train people to work in factories, which explains why you put students in straight rows, nice and neat, tell them sit still, raise your hand if you want to speak, give them a short break to eat, and for 8 hours a day, tell them what to think. Oh, and make them compete to get an A, a letter which determines product quality, hence grade A of meat. I get it. Back then, times were different. We all have a past. I myself am no Gandhi. But today, we don't need to make robot zombies. The world has progressed. And now we need people who think creatively, innovatively, critically, independently, with the ability to connect. See, every scientist will tell you that no two brains are the same. And every parent with 2 or more children will confirm that claim. So please explain why you treat students like cookie cutter frames or snapback hats, giving them this one-size-fits-all crap.
Watch your language.
Sorry, Your Honor. But if a doctor prescribed the exact same medicine to all of his patients, the results will be tragic. So many people will get sick, yet when it comes to school, this is exactly what happens, this educational malpractice, where one teacher stands in front of 20 kids, each one having different strengths, different needs, different gifts, different dreams, and you teach the same thing the same way? That's horrific. Ladies and gentlemen, the defendant should not be acquitted. This may be one of the worst criminal offenses ever to be committed. And let's mention the way you treat your employees.
Objection. Overruled. I want to hear this.
It's a shame. I mean, teachers have the most important job on the planet, yet they're underpaid. No wonder so many students are shortchanged. Let's be honest. Teachers should earn just as much as doctors because a doctor can do heart surgery and save the life of a kid, but a great teacher can reach the heart of that kid and allow him to truly live. See, teachers are heroes that often get blamed, but they're not the problem. They work in a system without many options or rights. Curriculums are created by policymakers, most of which have never taught a day in their life. Just obsessed with standardized tests. They think bubbling in a multiple choice question will determine success. That's outlandish. In fact, these tests are too crude to be used and should be abandoned, but don't take my word for it. Take Frederick J. Kelly, the man who invented standardized testing, who said, and I quote, "These tests are too crude to be used and should be abandoned." Ladies and gentlemen of the jury, if we continue down this road, the results will be lethal. I don't have much faith in school, but I do have faith in being custom cars and Facebook pages. It is our duty to do the same. Education to upgrade and change. You do away with school spirit. That's useless. Unless working to bring the spirit out of students. No more, it's maybe 20% of our population. They are 100% of our future. So let's attend to their dreams. And there's no telling what we can achieve. This is a world in which I believe. A world where fish are no longer forced to climb trees. I rest my case.
Wow, all tepuk tangan, eh? You see, that's the solution. So I'm taking you into the journey. We just started the journey. All right. So thank you, Buisi. He says that collaboration should be one of the ways in methodologies. Okay. So we need to move forward. All right. What are the changes which are happening globally? What are the implications of teaching and learning? What are the changes we need to make? And in what aspects? Why are these changes significant? Suggest planning and implementation process and procedure. So we have to move forward. So we say, welcome to the 21st century. When I say welcome, when you say welcome, we better uphold what is 21st century education. Do you know what is 21st century education? You know? Or you know what is 21st century education is different from education in 21st century, yeah? All right, let's see. The 6 C's. This is basically the theoretical part. Okay, the realism. Think critically, communicate clearly, work collaboratively. Again, Buisi, embrace culture, develop creativity, and utilize connectivity. Now reflect this to the video clip now. Reflect these six C's to the video clip that you saw just now. Rahel, Putri. What do you see there? One part that you see intact there among all the presenters in the video clip. Embrace culture. Did they forget the Indonesian background? Did they? No. Rahel is standing there, 11 years old, with the tudung and the baju, and the grandma is there. They are Indonesians. Coming in English language. Think. So you see, sometimes we fail to realize that embracing culture is also part of 21st century education. I speak English, I'm not an English. I'm still yet Indonesian, yeah. You see what I mean? You go to the world stage and present things in English language. Where are you from? Indonesia. Wow, you're still an Indonesian. You haven't become an English person, right? So you see, these are the things that we have to drum in our head. That we learn a language, we are good at a language, we go into the world stage with them, how good we are as Indonesians. Kita bangga menjadi bangsa Indonesia, cara Indonesia untuk Indonesia. And nanti maybe your president will invite me to Jakarta and give a talk. No, because that's what it's all about, right? And then you have to go out there in Sulawesi, in Manado, in Palembang, Bukit Tinggi, because they are waiting for you. Hills are waiting for you. So many putris are waiting for you because you are the English teacher who is going to make the difference to the Indonesian children. Embrace the 6 C's of education for 21st century education perspective, then you will be making lots of rahils and putri and challenge the world. Don't you think so? It's a challenge. Semuanya senyap. Kenapa ya? Khusyuk. All right, the shift is there. Whether you like it or not, the shift is there, but the shift will create tension. 20th century towards 21st century. What is it? In 20th century, you are filling the vessel. Artinya, and fill the vessel. They are a vessel, empty vessel. Today, I teach you this. Do you know what is this? Okay, read this, do this, this is the test. Okay, finish. No. 21st century is about kindling the fire. Membarakan api di dalam anak-anak kita to learn something. 20th century is retelling. Retell. Because everything is there in the book, you retell. No. 21st century is discovering. Information transfer? No. Learning to learn. Time-based? No. It's outcome-based. After 6 months, I will test you. No. It's outcome-based. After a few months, I will see the outcome of what I've taught you and what you have learned. It's not time. It's outcome. You can teach 1 year and no outcome. You can teach 3 months, but there is outcome. So don't make it so time-based. Okay, 6 months, 6 months, 6 months. Why 6 months? So time. Why are you controlled by time? Why are you tied down by time? It's outcome. That means whatever you teach, there is an outcome. Then you have attained the objective of the teaching and students have learned. Textbook driven? No, it's research driven. You know, I was in a committee for textbook, the ministry. I say a textbook can only last for a few months, but normally we keep for 10 years. Buku yang sama ya. Until the students underline everything in the book until you say, okay, good morning class, turn to page 29. This is very important, underline. They say, no need teacher, already underline. Why already underline? Because this is a borrowed loan book. Buku pinjaman, semuanya telah digaris. Berapa kali mau garis ya, sampai sudah koyak. Karena garis banyak kali. You see what I'm trying to say? It's research driven. Dr. EC, she's very research based. Passive learning, no more. It is active learning. Nowadays, 95% of the time, teacher talk. 5%. Teacher comes to class. Good morning, class. Students say, good morning, teacher. At the end of it, thank you, teacher. So they learn 6 words of English every lesson. Good morning, teacher. Thank you, teacher. And teacher talks 95%. No. Actually, it's about student talking. It's active learning. It's not about teacher. You're not important. You're the facilitator. But are we moving towards that? Reflect. And 21st century is about collaboration, not competition. It's about internationalization, not about nationalization only. Antara bangsa. Rahel will go to Hollywood and compete with all the singers from all the world. Anak Indonesia ada di arena antara bangsa. That is 21st century education. Not national only. So that is big dreams, you know. And the burden lies on your shoulder as Indonesian practitioners of English language. Difficult? No. Easy? No. Can be done? Yes, you can. Tepuk dada, tanya selera. You understand that line? Oh, itu peribahasa bahasa Melayu ya. Tepuk dada, tanya selera. That means it is in your hands. You control your decision. Saya bukan suruh kamu tepuk ya. Are you a 21st century teacher? Do you know the characteristics of a 21st century teacher? Sometimes we need to know what people have to say. We believe that. Okay? The 15 characteristics of a 21st century teacher. 1, 2. See, you can read that. You have, just ask yourself, which one you have? The 15 characteristics. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. Again, collaboration, Dr. EC. 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15. How many of these elements you have? So this is given. What a 21st century teacher is all about. Having these qualities and characteristics. Yeah? Okay? Reflection. So what actually is 21st century education for you to embark on as a teacher? You have the characteristics. Okay, let's look at this. What is given? Now look carefully, listen carefully. What is there outside there? Got a message there? Okay. So this is what the message is in the video clip. So this is the quote Jones about what 21st century education is all about. Yeah? You can read it from there. And there is a learning framework about 21st century. It's learning, not teaching. Now remember this, secondary. Learning is primary. So teaching is secondary, learning is primary. The learning is more important than the teaching. So that's why it's outcome based. We ask what the students have learned, not what you have taught. You can teach, learned anything, therefore it's not successful. It's the learning. All right? And see this. Outcomes used to align facilities, professional development, curriculum, pedagogy, standards, and assessment to support 21st century learning outcomes. The student outcomes are skills of mind, not test scores. I don't very agree with this person. I'm not, because in 2 hours you test something that the students have learned in so many years. There are so many, that will affect that 2 hours. Are you going to say, therefore you got a B, you're not so good. She got an A, she's better than you. I'm not so, I don't know. I'm not in favor of examination. It comes through students' ability. All right, the curriculum is based on this. Innovation, research proven, teaching strategies, modern learning technologies, real world resource context. Real world resource context, not from the textbook, because the textbook can be 5 years behind. We want now, real-time resources. Kini, switch on your Google to get it. It's interesting. And then we have curriculum which are very project-based learning. I am one person who advocates PBL. That's where collaboration strategies come in, and you get the best. You get the best. And I believe that the IQ is just a tip of the iceberg. The EQ must come in. When you are teaching your students, you need to know the EQ from. Why are they behaving like that? Their learning styles. Their learning styles. You treat 20 people the same. No, 20 people are different. Even twins are different. So the EQ part, you need to know. And you know that first century we are talking about expression of ideas, opinions, and feelings. They want to express something. But if teachers talking 9 times, how do they express? Do you give them time? Do you come up with strategies and techniques which will encourage this? And these are the steps when you do PBL, project-based learning. You see, this is what just now we are talking about HOTS, higher order thinking, 21st methodology. You can do it anytime in your class. And learning is what? Learning is a personal experience, not a group experience. Involve, empower, reciprocal learning. Reciprocal learning means what? The students in the group, in collaboration and cooperative learning, they learn from each other. And even teachers learn from students, yeah? Don't think so your students come to class with 0. They come with something. You capitalize on their ability. So it's not teacher knows all. Sometimes students know, sometimes doesn't know. And they say that 21st century learning is like, this is what? Look at this. Request from a learner. The words. always want me to know the answers. But I want
all in there. Atoms, and we're together. And long division just doesn't matter, 'cause we're all in this together. Yeah. I saw you walking in the city. We're all in this together. The city's changing, 'cause we're changing. We're all together. Echoes that we're all together. In the kitchen of your rent control apartment, we're all in this together. Come on, baby, I don't mean to rush you. I only wanted to reach out and touch you. I've got to start to open my heart. I know you think about jumping ship before it sinks, but we are all in this together. Ask a scientist, it's quantum physics. We are all in this together. And on the subway, we feel like strangers, but we're all in this together.
You see, at last the teacher said, what do you want to know? Because it's always from the teacher. And the students say, why can't we ask questions every time the teacher is asking questions? So why not the students ask questions? So I challenge my teachers. If you teach something, the students to prepare questions for what you have taught, and you answer the test questions from the students. What do you think? Test to the students, right? Why not students, teacher answer? What do you think? That is 21st century education. Yes. I want all of you to prepare questions. I will answer your questions in 1 hour. Challenge. Anak-anak sediakan soalan. Wow. Why not that? Students answer. This time teacher answer. Okay, remember, these are what we want from the 21st century learner. Yeah, like what I've showed in the pictures now. And last, English is about good communication skills. Remember that. It's about good communication skills. Now, teaching English in the 21st century is about what? For example, we take one of the most interesting skills, reading. How do you teach reading? Good morning, class. Take out your book. Turn to page 25. You read. Read, read, read. Aima, read, Aima. Do not read. No, cannot. Amir, read. Cannot. Yusnita, read. Read, read, read. Is that reading? It's not reading. How do you teach the 4 skills? Reading is like that? No way. Because there's a difference between conventional reading and 21st century perspective reading. Conventional reading is extracting. 21st century reading is bringing in. You contribute. Let's say we talk about the floods in Kampung Laut. Semalam ada floods di Kampung Laut. Oke, ada 2 orang lemas, telah dihantar ke hospital. Oke, alright, you understand bahasa Indonesia saya ya? And then pihak polis akan menjaga keamanan di sana. Laporan ini ialah jam 4 petang, hari Sabtu, Mei 6 hari bulan. And then you ask the student, okay, where did it happen? Kampung Laut. How many people lemas? 2 orang. Who is taking care of the place? That is not reading. That is taking out. Bringing in is out. Okay, we have read the text. Bagaimana perasaan kamu semua? What's your feelings? Oh, sedih sekali. Yang lemas itu siapa ya? Kanak-kanak ya? Aduh, saya sedih sekali. Aesthetic. You're contributing to the text. That is reading. Not about, it's about coming into the text. You relate yourself with the text. You are part of the text. That is 21st century reading perspective. Aesthetic. It's not product, it's the process. It's not looking for answer information. Why did it happen? What about Kota Malang officers? Did they take care? Do they know? The meteorological department knows that there's going to be a rain. Did they prepare the boats, the motorboat, because of floods will occur? More questions. Detach. No, you conspire with the text. Now you become the conspirator. Ini tidak boleh jadi. Bantahan kepada Kota Malang kerana ada lemas. 2 hari kita bawa surat. You see, now you're conspiring. Can you see that? We go further. Analysis, no. Respond. Linear, no. Recursive. On and as you can read. I want you to read in 10 minutes. No. It's not about reading 10 minutes. It's about reflecting after reading it. How do you reflect? It's not about information. It's about interpretation. Are we doing that? Are we doing that? Don't answer. It's a rhetorical question. Okay, so you see, these are the things that happen in a reading lesson. Hear them calling, saya tidak mau lemas, but terlemas. You see? And then you predict, relate, associate, and then you talk to others. That is all what reading is all about. At last, you are able to ask what they have read. Okay? All right? So, that's basically how reading should be and how we inculcate elements of 21st century education in enhancing English language learning. This is my practical approach. How you make yourself available to be that English language teacher of the 21st century. And you must justify why you're doing this. For example, if you're doing something on the theme or topic content, which is young adolescent, the power of love. Today's theme or topic is power of love. So you have to do listening, speaking, reading, writing, grammar on that topic, right? How do you go about doing it? The listening part, how? The reading part, how? Writing part, how? The speaking part, how? The grammar part, how? So you do this. You have, to put the topic there, and then you put the instruction there, and then the procedure there. Then what principles? We all live with principles. Live with principles. As a Muslim, I also have my principles. 5 rukun Islam, yeah? We have the rukun. Okay? And then the outcomes. What are the outcomes and remarks that you need to put? So you come out with an approach, guide yourself, and then you go and say, in the 21st century in English language. I know what I'm doing in the class. All right? Literature, example of those things, yeah? Of course, there are issues and challenges. Of course, there are. You can't run away from the realism, the curriculum, the government, pemerintah, giving you must do this, must do that, the syllabus, the curriculum. Agree? Do you agree? Yes, we are bound by the pemerintah. We have to, but we are not bound by the methodology. The pemerintah, the government can give you, this is the curriculum, this is syllabus, but you are the teacher. You innovate it to the needs of your learners. Okay? And these are the 7 professional standards which you have to have when you go into your English language classroom. Okay? Know your students, how they learn. Know the content, how to teach it. Plan for and implement effective teaching and learning. Supportive and safe learning environments. Assess, provide feedback, and report on student learning. Engage in professional learning. Engage professionally with colleagues, parent, carers, and the community, like what you are doing now. So what you are doing now is number 7. All right? So, this is my quotation, but I took some lines from people. 21st century pedagogical skills in teaching and learning English language is not about teacher control communication, decontextualized grammar teaching, mechanical drills and repetitions. But, the big but, is all about looking for contextualized solutions through contextualized innovations. This is my quotation, which I borrow. So somebody asked me, so I came up with this. You know why? You see, I come to Indonesia very frequently. Indonesia, saya ni daripada pulau yang Pak Aslam tak pernah dengar. I said, pulau apa? Lombok. Anak. Yang tidak tahu bahasa Inggris, tak boleh cakap bahasa Inggris. Saya kata, nothing is impossible. Because the word impossible can be changed to I am possible. I told her, bagaimana? So let's say I'm teaching in the context, just now I gave you the context, right? Look at this context. Young adolescent, the power of love. Now you have to set the setting in the classroom. Agree? The power of love. But students, you bring power of love to class, the students don't understand English. So you use a context that is very Indonesian. So give them something that they are familiar with. Why not give them something, the context, which is Indonesian? So I will use this. This is my favorite Indonesian song. It's something to do with power of love. Got it? Hey, you know this song? This belongs to the Jadul already, is it? This is by the Malaysian singer Amy Serge. He borrowed it from Mayang Sari. But this provides you with the what? Scenario.
Sia-sia sudah
kita jalin cinta. All right. I'm bringing this to class. Malam ini kita karaoke ya. Now you see, difficult. So I say, I'm going to teach you. I'm going to show you how I teach. The power of love is the theme. My instruction is, anak-anak, listen to the song, give your feedback, but I'm going to translate, back to translation again. I'm going to translate whatever you say in English. You get what I mean or not? So they will know this because they get motivated. Wah, lagu bahasa Indonesia digunakan ya. Kalau tidak asik gunakan nih daripada England, daripada Amerika, gunakan bahasa Indonesia untuk bahasa Inggris. Bisa, bisa. What have you done? You have motivated You have set the tone that I can use interpretation in the classroom. And I use my Ansari. Everybody knows. You see what I'm trying to say now? So nothing is impossible. Interpretation is there. So you as the teacher, put it there. They're looking at sia-sia, put it there. Sudah, you translate. You get what I mean on? I mean, I'm giving an example because it's you. But if it's the students, I will use another piece of video clip lah. Because you know this, I know this, so we are okay with this. You get what I mean? So there is always a possibility. All right? There's always a solution. This is John Steinbeck. He is recalling his favorite English teacher. English learners in 21st century classrooms. In her classroom, our speculations ranged the world. She breathed curiosity into us, so that each day we came with new questions, new ideas in our hands like captured fireflies. When she left us, when the teacher left him, we were sad, but the light did not go out. She had written her indelible signature on our minds. I have lots of teachers who taught me soon forgotten things, but only a few who created in me a new energy, a new direction. I suppose the unwritten manuscript of such a person, what deathless power lies in the hands of such a teacher. John Steinbeck, greatest in the world, he says about his English teacher. Now you want that indelible, you don't want to be deleted. You are the indelible signature of your anak-anak Indonesia in sekolah asas ke, sekolah dasar ke, and when they leave, one day they say, Bu Yasnita is the indelible signature. Today, I am working in United Nations. I am using English language because of Bu Yasnita taught me I am who I am today. Wow. Yes, Bu Yasnita. Yes, Sika, sorry. So, this is my thoughts, yeah? This is what I'm saying now. Let's demystify the notion that English language learning or teaching is difficult. Demystify this notion. Demystify, tidak susah. And at times, near impossible among low proficiency level learners. No such thing. Language learning through 21st century based approaches is all about passion, sincerity and honesty, and humility in developing self with resilience in wanting to learn, relearn, and it comes from the heart. You can use this quotation, but quote me, yeah? Okay, so something for us to ponder, being idealistic versus being realistic. So it is in your hands. Okay, so thank you very much. Before I finish, remember the video clip? Why did I show you the video clip? You cannot answer. Why? Okay. Okay. To understand the potential of our learners. Okay. Very good answer. Any more answers? Bapak. Wow. Indonesian English is amazing. No more answers. No more answers. Yes. We Indonesians can really speak English fluently and well. Yes, Bu. Well done. Those 5 people there, stage in Jakarta, to sing in front of millions of people at a very 11, 13, 14, 15, 16, have proven one thing. There are 21st century English language teachers in Indonesia. They are, and you are one of them. You are one of them. And they're waiting for you. In Lombok, in Kupang, in Lampung. Because you are the one who will make the difference. And you are the one who will change their lives. So, well done. Thank you very much. Before I end, I just want to share with this. I'm also the vice president of Malta. All right. Okay. In about 28 to 30th August. Please feel free to join us. All right. And I'm always saying this. Will always give the best for Indonesians. For the papers, we have extended the abstract deadline. You can still send in your abstract. Go to the website. Go to the website and then do what is necessary. If you follow that, and then you can email me, CC. So I will make sure that you will be taken care of. My email just now, I gave you my email. Yeah, khan8689@hotmail.com. All right, so you can do that, and I will do whatever I can. It's very interesting. We have lots of things going on, but I'll try my best to give you the best. Okay, and this is what I said on TV. Oh, not so clear, yeah? It's not real, yeah? Okay, never mind. Yeah, this is on TV in Selamat Pagi, Malaysia. I say about 21st century English language teacher is what. So I am also a 21st century English language teacher. Not just a teacher, I am also a teacher. Look up, yeah? I'm a teacher. Because we are the chosen ones. So thank you very much.
Thank you. Let's give a big applause. Okay, even though we actually already ran out of time, but I guess we're going to open to questions before we move on to the break time. Okay, we already have 2, 3. Oh, can we make 3? Then make it very short. Would you please mention your name and your affiliation? Thank you.
Okay, thank you. My name is Susanto. I'm from Pekalongan University. Here, actually, I will not ask that you want to I maybe to explain about the events of lectures in teaching. Maybe you forgot. This is my idea. Thank you.
Yeah, Pak Aslam, thank you very much for your inspiring presentation. I have 2 things. The first one is about, you mentioned the heart, yeah, the heart of a teacher. So actually, we have to raise the awareness that teacher have a heart. He wants, he wants to be better. Yeah? I'm very proud if clever or more successful than the teacher. That's why it's very challenging for the teachers to learn technology, new technology application. Yeah. So Alan mentioned that 65% of the teachers are it's very reluctant for the teachers to use the technology. But on the other hand, technology like smartphone and the other, that's the first language for the students. They live and learn by smartphones already. Our in our heart, we have to learn. Yeah. Although that's why we have facilitator to learn, to make our students be better. Yeah. The second one is about evaluation. I just thinking about how to evaluate the learning outcome with different abilities of the students. We cannot give just only tests as one, the only criteria, but we can have a how about a portfolio evaluation. So that is my opinion and maybe solution.
Thank you.
Thank you very much.
Your point. Thank you. The next one.
All right, thank you for the chance given to me. My name is Nastiti Handayani. I come from UPI Bandung. So my question, Mr. Aslam Khan or Salman Khan or Sarkan. So actually, thank you very much for a very great video. It is about 21st century, but I have one really impressive statement. It is about no one size fits all, right? It's a really great reminder for the teacher. It means that we as a teacher realize that the individual difference of students, it means students have a different interest, different need, and also different learning style, right? And also in your slide, you show us that teacher need to know about the learner and also know how they learned. But in the Indonesian context that I have already faced you, that the number of students in Indonesia in class, the problem is a big number of students in a classroom. So how do we to capture and also to cover all the different interests, needs, and also learning style of the student? Thank you.
Thank you. Rastini. No, it's your time.
This is the time. If I cannot answer this, I got no lunch today. All right. The first one. Literature. Everyone is because literature provides you with subjectivity that the students are allowed to think critically, creatively. If I give the student a text like just now, Kampung Laut, what, or I give the students a pattern to Kampung Laut, answers will be different. Because literature is very compact. Literature is subjective. Literature has a pattern where students can go in and out anytime. And students can interpret many things from there. There's no right and wrong answer. So that's why literature is very important. Teaching reading, writing, or grammar, use literary text. It will make a difference. Because it's very compact. And it's very subjective. There's no right or wrong answers. Because teaching and learning English language is not about right or wrong. It's about communicating ideas, opinions, expressions. So we want that in the classroom. So that the child just now, Rahel and Putri, went up there. What were they doing? They were expressing. They were expressing. That's what we want in our learners. Language is about expression, about opinion. So that's why in literature, you have all the things there. The essence are there in literature. Yeah? The second one, Pak Singgi, you're talking about technology, right? Now let me tell you, 21st century education is not about technology. It's not about using technology. What you do with technology. What you do with technology, not about using technology. So there's two different things. Using technology and what you do with technology are two different things. So what you do with it? If you don't need technology, then don't do it. 21st century is not about computers. 21st century is about what? Creativity. So without the computer, fine. Go and teach. Yeah, teach poetry under the tree in Kampung Laut. do poetry in Kampung Laut. As the sea breeze whisper to my ears, inviting me to have a dip in the minor waves. My heart is longing about the friend. Wow, that is literature. What did I say? I forgot already. You see, you're already teaching, you see, the breeze inviting me. Wow, personification. So beautiful. You don't need technology. Yeah. You use technology when it is useful. Maybe in the class you show about the sea, the waves and things like that. But if you don't need it, no, take them to the Kampung Laut and teach them, nature. A poem about nature. It's all there. Yeah. Assessment. Because in Malaysia we have school-based assessment. Yeah. That means the main examination is not 100% now. So the classroom-based, school-based examination, at the end of it, there is a final examination, but the percentage is lower. So it doesn't affect the whole thing. For example, school-based 80%, final examination 20%. Not so bad. Not so bad. Yeah? We can do alternative assessment. Yeah. Buristin says what, yeah? Large classes. Go and read the book. The writer is Nolansky or something like that about managing large classrooms. The answers are there. But let me tell you, in Malaysia, we have students, 45 students in a class. So we teach our student teachers managing large classrooms. All right? I know it's not easy. It's not easy. But as a teacher, how many fingers do you have? 10. You have 10 fingers? 10 fingers? No. How many students do you teach in a classroom? In your class, how many students? In your school, how many students do you teach? If there are 200 students that you teach, you have 200 fingers. Because every child holds your finger because they trust you, they believe in you. So what you have to do is that get to know your students. Maybe the first few weeks you first, and then you group them into their learning styles. And then you do them into their groupings, and then things will happen. Make an effort first. You cannot go to class and say, today I'm going to teach you everything. No, wait. Learners first. It takes some time before you can manage them. Yeah, what's the name?
Rastini.
Yeah, okay, Rastini, go back. Your students have already held your fingers. Learn about them first, and then after that, group them, and slowly, inshallah, it'll be very effective.
Thank you. Let's give a big applause again to our distinguished speaker. And really sorry because we ran out of time and we have to have break time afterwards. And I think the key is that each of us as a English educator, we have to be more creative because change is like a must now. And we can see from Pak Aslam just now, he is real actor as well sometimes. From the beginning of the speech until the end, everyone's like amazed because your gesture and everything, you entertaining sometimes.
I'm a teacher.
Teacher, yeah. Let's give applause once more. Okay, ladies and gentlemen, I have a pantun for you. Yeah. Janganlah makan buah manggis. With Pak Aslam, let's become 21st century English educationists.
Oh, pantun dua kerat. Tangan saya tadakan. Kalau dijemput saya.
So that's the end of our sessions and get back to Bu Rian again. Thank you very much. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Well, thank you very much, Mr. Aslam, for very outstanding presentation. Pak Aslam, please stay on the stage. Yeah. And I would also invite the chairperson of this program, Ibu Siti Aima, to pass on the souvenir. Okay, ladies and gentlemen, we will have a break for prayer and lunch. Let me inform you that the lunch is served at the next room, at room 409, and prayer room is also available on your right side over there. And just a little information that after the break, we will have parallel session that will be divided into 6 rooms. Room 406, 407, 409, 4010, and also downstairs in 211 and 212 at 1 p.m. Thank you very much.